Surprisingly quiet. Alright, I think we are 5 by 5. There we go. And Crux, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Yeti! First! Angel Kalina, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Come on in, friends, come on in. Yeah, Yeti, you're on the board. And that makes you tied first with Ortrazini in a contest of 2. How are you doing, friends? Watto and welcome. Dustin, better luck next time. But the board is wide open. The board is wide open. What was I going to say? Oh, yes, just Watto and welcome. Lovely to see you. Sorry I started so late. Fearless, Watto and welcome to the Dice Goddess. Greetings and hello. How are you doing, you lovely Mother Hubbards? Oh no, look, Angel Kalina, I appreciate the sentiment, but you have nothing to apologise for. It is my job to be entertainment, conversation and company when you are working on a pork tenderloin. I used to be able to make a really decent sweet and sour pork, but the last time I attempted one of my old pseudo-Chinese recipes, it did not go well, and it has definitely ingrained a bit of the fear. Oh shit! Well, Dice, we do have a stream tomorrow, but just in case I don't see you or what have you, happy birthday, friend. Oh, okay, no. Not ready for tonight's dance. We're gonna ease into it. Yes, this is the Everhood soundtrack because I wanted, I don't know, I want to feel things, but good things. You're right, Fearless. Scientifically, opaque linker errors are less delicious than a pork tenderloin. I've got a monstrous amount of the good soup to look forward to, but one cannot casually go into like a good dumpling soup. And if you hear sad boy noises in the other room, it is the wee baby Amos. He is clearly abandoned and unloved. I mean, the Dice Goddess, you don't have to bust out birthday dabs. That doesn't have to happen. We could live in a world post-birthday dab. But no, seriously, if I don't see you tomorrow, have a fucking great birthday, alright? Oh. Anyway, it feels like we're back proper. Game news is back. I am so exhausted. So I do apologise once again for starting late. I have decided to go easy on myself this week, but I'm going to try and hold myself to a much higher standard next week. Plus, we're going to be starting Week in Review and a bunch of other cool shit, so... yeah. As this week's not like a proper full-on week, I'm gonna be kind to myself. But yeah. Feckin', it's all popping off, but I will say that if you would like some something chipper, something interesting, and something by all means free, there are 2 things that I have to offer you. Okay, one of them's very free, the other one is close to free. And stuff, Watto and welcome, hello, hello. Yeah, Legend. I'm bringing 3 in first because I figure like there's video game news, there's things to discuss, there's banter. Most of it's kind of continuation of shit we've already known. Oh, stuff. Well, congratulations on surviving the day. Well, Stoff will be bantering about video game news for a little bit. And then I have a game that no one else has played called On Your Hands. As the Herald of the Gnomes! Sorry, like I said, I've been missing Everhood, and the console update isn't being ported to PC so far as I know. So there's a buttload of new content in game that I can't play. So, So today we are playing On Your Hands, a low poly, creepy first-person puzzle game where you use actual finger guns to solve a myriad of puzzles on alien worlds. Like, it is... Like, okay, check this out. This is what we're going to be playing later, and it is fucking wild. This came out... I mean, it came out April of last year, though I think it was on itch sooner. And, like, no one we know has even sniffed it. And it's got, like, 20 reviews on Steam, so... Like, we're going proper indie to kick off the new year. Crux, I'll agree with Fearless on that one. I do not envy having to check to make sure peeps aren't, like, using AI made-up nonsense.
Good luck with your day.
Oh, Wolfcried and Ehrman, Watto and welcome. Shitaru, greetings!
It's been one.
It has been one. But Shitaru, you also have your year. And hopefully... a year of Longshipian flavoured nonsense has been a good one, as opposed to 2023, which should get in the fucking bin. It knows what it did. Pardons, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. But yeah, so On Your Hands is what we're playing today, but I wanted to start today with some free goodies. Alright, so first up is this. Now, this is a link to the RPS article where I saw it. You know, support your good local games journo and all that. A team have made a full rebuild of Daggerfall, the second Elder Scrolls game, in Unity, making it considerably more playable, and opening it up to additional mods with shit like an extra quest pack. And right, this one, which is a mod called Archaeologists, which adds a new guild to the game, which tasks you with discovering Tamriel's history. This will cost you no money. Elder Scrolls Daggerfall is required to play it, but is free on Steam. You can just get it. So there's a little bit of heavy lifting required, there's a little bit of fafamancy, but like, that's a thing you can just play today. Like, much like Ultima Underworld and a lot of those other, like, seminal game System Shock example, like, they're great touchstones, but they're fucking unplayable by modern standards. Like, you've got to have a desperate need to play some of those classics and a deep-seated masochistic streak. As someone who's played Daggerfall and Ultima Underworld and System Shock 1. Not the remake, the fucking classic. So yeah, that's my first free thing. And I hope that's a good start, but that is not all. I would also like to declare war on your free time. Like, this is free, so long as you own a copy of Doom 2. And again, does require some lifting. Like, you will need to install, you know, mod managers and the ilk to get this going. But what I bring to you is the most delicious curse. This is called Doom Infinite. It is another mod. It is a reworking of Doom 2 into a roguelike. And it might be one of the best tweaks in that space that I've seen. As it takes and complements Doom in a way that I haven't seen a lot of stuff do. Hey, Squarepeg. Watto and welcome. I'm talking about Doom Infinite. I played a little bit of it yesterday to test it out, and I could feel the tendrils. It damn near consumed me. It understands what makes Doom a fun game to play, and it turns the escalation up slowly like water on the boil. It's basically like, it takes a similar philosophy to Risk of Rain, where you start the level, there are bad guys, you shoot them, but as you spend more and more time in the level, the amount of enemies and their aggressiveness increases. But everything that you kill is a soul that you can use to progress. Basically, there are soul gates, soul walls that allow you to, continue your main progression. Weapons are random, including strange variants of old classics and a few brand new ones. But honestly, it's pure. It's pure chaos. And Jamami, it's entirely inspired. It's still Doom, right? And especially if you're playing it with, I think it's like GZ Doom or one of the newer update mod managers, where you have free aim and WASD controls. It's still Doom, so you can handle and outpace these enemies by just being better. But the increase in difficulty as the level fills up with more and more and more horrific beings. God, it's just brilliant. It's genuinely brilliant, and it reminded me of the first time I played Nightmare Mode on Doom as a Sprogler, which, if you haven't played it, don't worry, it's 1,000 years old, but the TLDR is that you have the increases in difficulty in Doom, from easy baby slap fight mode all the way up to ultra violence. They do big damage, you do big damage, everyone's hurting. But then there's Nightmare. Nightmare isn't just an increase in difficulty. Nightmare adds, enemies will now randomly spawn throughout the whole fucking level, so you better run lest you die. What's coming in? Who knows? It's completely random. Enjoy! And it lights a fire under you. It's really fun. But again, it rather than being an increase in complexity, it becomes basically speedrun or die. I know, Amos, I'm talking about Doom again. So yeah, I had a little putter about on Doom Infinite last night, and it is something special. Have a go on it if you have the tools, because gods. But again, I do warn you, if you are like myself, someone who is prone to devouring roguelikes, do not take lightly. Like, oh, so good, so good. So yeah, that's really the big little things that I found. And Lost Flowers, Watto and welcome. Actually, is there anyone that hasn't had a proper hello before we continue? Sorry, I'm keeping an eye on the hot sheets because there's been a few rumblings of things that may be happening today, so we're just kind of on a wait and see list. Yeah, I know, friends, I know. You'd think him abandoned and dismissed. Okay, so game news-wise, it's... Well, I mean, I think we talked about it yesterday, so the team behind The Sinking City got control of their game again after a long truncated legal battle with Nikon, or Nacon, how you want to say it. Amos, go settle, mate. You're fine. So that's good. To try and combat the negative PR from the proposed changes, the Chinese government has been flexing on just how many video games have been released and approved to try and stem the flow of stock prices, which is very amusing. Amos, you're fine, mate. I'm getting the squirty bottle. You are fine. Go settle. Fucking kingdom. Sorry, bear with me just a second, friends. Alright, friends, I'm sorry. I gotta beg your forgiveness. I'm so sorry. I love being the untight. I'm so sorry, friends. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Sneaky bits. Did someone say snacky bits? My training of Amos to loop will away so I can throw in sneaky bits is finally paying off. You mean danger bits? secret train.
Hey, you don't have to do that. Sorry. I am very sorry, friends. Okay, so Jimami, this is the Everhood soundtrack. I feel bad, friends. I'm trying to... Thank you. I'm trying to juggle a lot of things all at once, and it is very stressful when it is all on me. Doing my best here, you know. So I feel bad. You shouldn't be throwing in stuff because I'm just a fucking disaster at the moment.
How do sneaky trains happen? We cover our tracks.
Alright, that's a good one. That's a good one. Aaron, thank you.
Breathe, it's all good.
I am trying. And I am exceedingly trying. All of you, thank you. Alright?
Stop that incessant clicking.
Oh, Yeti, that is heckin' kind of you. Thank you. You have house called it up and made it so that Angel Kingdom will not have to deal with.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Oh shit, Yeti, you got Thrame. It's a hell of a shot. Just getting those tags in. House card style. Anyway, I'm sorry about that. I did my best to kind of shake the funk off before I got in. It is. Thank you. That is what I need to say. Nothing else matters. Alright? It's about your good selves, not about me. And I'm very grateful for all of you, alright? So, thank you. That's what matters. I've got to say, the Everhood soundtrack is absolutely wonderful for calming. So, to recalibrate, to find my feelies once more. So, this is what we're going to be playing today. This is On Your Hands. And as I said, nobody we know has even touched this. So we are breaking brand new ground. And I am thoroughly looking forward to it. Also, like, I don't know, I've been trying to pick a lot of games that I hope are inspiring in the sense of, like, with this whole low poly revolution that we've had in the last few years, like, people are very susceptible to, like, low complexity assets. Because I don't want to call them low quality, because they're not. But low complexity assets. And, like, bright aesthetics, clear colors. Like, there is so much that one can do with a very simplistic title. So yesterday, whilst planning out streams, we were talking with Chef about like what are games you could make to potentially be fiscally successful. And what I love about it is that the answer to that question is not make the biggest AAA game that you know. Like, because like if we were just being dumbass mercenaries, like, I'm gonna take mobile game out of the question because that's its own weird beast and is the most profitable sphere of video games. But if you wanted to make bank, the risk reward for something like a COD is so high. Like, yes, Call of Duty does make sickening amounts of money, but all it need do is falter just a little bit, and the machine behind it, the battleship that produces it, will absolutely fall over, right? But when you look at like the indie space, when you look at the amount of fuel and fire that goes into just one title, the amount it costs to bring that to market, like, no. Like, it is a higher return on investment to make weird indie cool shit. You know what, Jamali? We didn't talk about like playing to one's strengths. I guess we touched on it a little bit when we were talking about horror. And again, so friends, I just want to say a proper thank you for throwing a train when I was trying to juggle multiple things at once. Yeah, Ehrman, a Call of Duty game is guaranteed money if you already have $1 billion. But it will always be ever-decreasing circles, right? There are very few franchises that are able to maintain the kind of ad infinitum. Because, I mean, maybe Battleship's the wrong word. Maybe kind of looking at these big AAA games like Lobsters, you know, that in theory, they are immortal, but eventually they will fail to shed. Eventually there will be one game that fails to do its return on investment. And then that's when the cracks start happening and the implosion. Like, we've seen empires fall. Thrain, you're right, there was a time when Medal of Honor was stepping to a similar beat as those engines are growing. Well, and Jackie, so things like FIFA and Football Manager are sustained by external elements, but they are not eternal, right? And also, like, Football Manager is made with a surprisingly modest team. FIFA has not been having a good time of it and persists by being the only beast in its wheel well. But again, if we're just talking about like villainous capitalism, there is nothing that says that FIFA, the organization, wouldn't go to a different developer and go, make us FIFA but cheaper, or make us FIFA but better. Anyway, I guess what I'm saying is that learning how to get the most out of your creativity and the team you work with is, in my humble opinion, a much better path to sustainability. I mean, I still think that, you know, sock pop is one of the methodologies to adopt. And it's wild because it's one of those things that would be so easy to do inside a large team, but the very politics of like AAA development would never allow it. Also, it does appear that... Oh no, it did it. I was about to yell at Dinobot for not telling you all we were live. Well, yes, Jackie, and you are correct. FIFA is now, what is it, EA football or what have you, because FIFA's taken the license back. Now, here's the thing: is are people going to put up with it? Especially considering the quality of titles has definitely been going down. Now, that has the effect of an existing sports ball affecting games. But anyway, that's a hole in the kettle of monkeys. Because while I understand the effects that sports have on video games, I don't know sports, and I also don't wish to. Legend. The only sport I care about is blitzball. Only sport I care about is Jugger. And I only played it twice, so it's the closest I've come to playing a sport that isn't track and field. Sorry. Thream says, I want the ultimate weapon. 2 games of blitzball later. I don't think I want the ultimate weapon. Yeah. Or as I was like, shit. I really want some Marlboro tentacles for Doom Train. I guess I gotta start playing Triple Triad. Several days later. Wait, why was I playing Triple Triad again now that I am the champion? Hey, Dice Goddess. You do you. Ain't no judgment here. A lot of people that grow up in the UK do have a... I don't know. I don't want to call it... I don't know what to call it. Grew up in the UK and...
The only sport I follow religiously is cheeseball.
Wait, unless you mean cheese rolling, which is also awesome. You basically grow up with a certain level of trauma from being asked in pubs, who do you support? Or in school, who do you support? And if you are like myself, if you're like myself and never got into sports, or never had a household that did, like, sports on the regular, like... Legend! Cheese rolling is a sport. There is a clear winner. It is a contest. Don't make me get fighty. I'll do it. Cheese rolling isn't a sport. There are only 2 ages that you need to concern yourself with, friend. The age where you would survive cheese rolling and the age where you would not. I have had to come to terms with the fact that I am no longer in the age that would survive cheese rolling. Oh, alright, I'm defending the honor of cheese rolling. Okay, if you've never heard of cheese rolling, welcome to the fucking Thunderdome. It is the most... I would say it is the most, like, UK British-centric sport that exists. And not in a 3 lions on a shirt way. I mean, like, if you've actually lived in the UK, it is the most. Because it is a game of chaos drunkenness with incoherent skills that ends with big burly men catching you. Thank you, Kindle, for linking the Wikipedia page. But the TLDR is quite simple. A wheel of cheese is rolled down a fuck you tier hill, and contestants must rush down the hill to catch it. Whoever gets to the bottom first wins the cheese. But I cannot state the bumpy, rocky fuckery that you must run down. What you're talking about is basically a controlled fall, a high-speed descent, head arse over tea kettle. And what do you win? Some cheese. That is it. I mean, Jackie, you're right. It's free cheese. Actually, Kaimbo, I wonder if I can just pull up like a... I think if I do a 30-second clip, it's fine. Okay, here's one from National Geographic that I don't feel too bad for showing you a quick 30-second clip of. So just gonna pause this here. Just gonna bring this up. This, friends, is cheese rolling. Behold. I present to you the most English sport of all time. In Gloucestershire, England, which really does fucking look like that. It's very boring. There's cows. Missed. More cows. And amongst it all, these fuckheads. Yeah. Oh my word! I didn't know human beings were supposed to do that. Well, because from this angle, it just looks like people on a trampoline. It's not until you see them from the top. For 8 pounds of cheese, would you throw yourself head down a fucking hill? I mean, friends, also, yeah. There we go. That view from the top gives you a sense of just how fucking steep this shit is. Like, it's a gnat's tit away from being a fucking cliff.
Well, a police inspector.
Okay, we don't need to go into the police inspection of unlicensed cheese that was flooding the market. That, friends, that is what I would call a sport.
I deny it being the most English, that would be stealing, and the champions are the British Museum.
No, that's the most British pastime. There's this joke that people always make when I'm talking about life in the UK, about, like, you know, Britain ran around the world stealing everybody's shit, taking spices, and then having the blandest food. And I always want to be like, you just need to walk around the UK and be like, there's a Chinese, there's 2 curry houses, there's a kebab place. Did we steal those? Is that stolen? Like, the most British meal that you can go for on a night out is an Indian curry. That, I still love that. Sorry, I've been kind of missing the Birmingham or Brick Lane style curry houses. There are curries out here, and they're good. They're just different. Anyway. Well, so Alnus, and it's also the only one's a winner, because you're, like, there are people who train for it, but the hill is at a non-standard, it is rocky, well, it's not rocky, it's squishy, but it's It's bumpy, it's rough. It's not a smooth surface, so you can't train for it like Ninja Warrior. And you can prepare yourself with tactical falls, but, you know, wind, rain, there's so many things that can affect. It's just you, chaos, and how willing you are to throw yourself headfirst down a hill. It is a non-standard hill, thank you, Dave. And Biggs, Watto and welcome. I don't know. And yet, though, so Jackie was saying from the people growing up from the Jackass generation, like, I completely understand it, you know? The anarchic chaos of shunning big commercialized sports. Men paid millions of dollars to play sports because sports, sure, good. More power to them, I guess. It's a sphere I do not dabble in. But I do not respect them in the same way I respect someone who will fucking go down head first a doom hill. Oh, well, Biggs, feckin' good on you. If you need any help with Godot stuff, Biggs, both Akira Zero and Squarepeg have dabbled. So if we have a little making games channel over on Longship if you need any assistance, but good on you. Get that got it going. Yeah, I know, you got it. Tiny Mount Doom, but just for cheese. Like, the stakes are high. The reward is glory, honor, and cheese. Jamami said that the winner of the women's race last year finished it unconscious. Yes! Legend. I don't even remember how we got onto cheese rolling. I apologise for bringing us through there. So, friends, now that I have stopped being a grumpy crumbus, I just want to say thank you all again. That was a whole ass train, and I did not say a proper thank you. You lot put in fucking what, like $30 worth of bits? Like, seriously, all of you, thank you. All right. Crux says they're randomly getting hail in Vegas. Fucking hell. Are we still on Chaos Magic weather mode? God. Hey, no, Legend. It's entirely fine. I just, I guess, I worry that the things that I find fascinating might be insanely boring to you all. And Jackie has done it. That's actually, Jackie, that's the second time that just the element of cheese has been gifted a long Shipian sub. Just want to point that out. But no, seriously, all of you, thank you. Alright. I have definitely been struggling, and I do not feel like I have rested at all since 2023. And I am very grateful that I found basically like an affordable, tasty version of Death Wish coffee. That is the only thing that's been keeping me going for fucking ages. I actually asked them if they wanted to sponsor the Longship. They said no, politely, but did offer me a 20% online discount order. So when I'm a bit flush, I might just order a fucking crate of coffee for them and be like, Yeah, Favor 6, it's like Armored Core. It's like, we've got to do like 2020 New Game plus to get through it. But we're all here. Oh, it's the double Gloucestershire cheese. Oh, damn it, I want cheese. But the important thing, friends, is we are here. We have made it through unprecedented fuckery. And much like cheese rolling, we persist. Also, it's like... Sorry, going back to cheese rolling. The thing I love about it is it's almost impossible to sponsor. Like, it's definitely a counter-capitalist event. There's no cash prize. You know, you can't be a world-famous cheese roller. It's just chaos.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Oh, it's the stinking bishop. We're just finding cheese names now. At least I assume that's a cheese name and not some horrible condition. One of my favourite things, though, in watching cheese rolling past is the local rugby team are at the bottom catching people as they fall down. There was one year where I guess they were drinking or something, and watching the footage, one of the rugby guys turns around to talk to some lass behind him and completely misses a dude that goes past him at like Mach 3. He just chatted over his shoulder for a second, and this cartwheeling idiot just goes. Love it. Loads of broken bones, though, Jamami. Loads of broken bones. No fatalities. Okay. Sorry, just Crux was saying that Crux is in like apparently Central Valley near Vegas, where it's almost never seen snow. Although snow is much more common if you're on higher elevations around the outskirts. Okay. God, we haven't heard this one in a while. Through the Fire and the Frog. Jackie's back on the sports ball nonsense. Cars v. Bournemouth. Jackie, bones are meant to be broken. My hand would say otherwise. Oh, you know what, friends? I don't think we need to talk about the game news today. Like, most of it's not great. I don't think we need to talk about it. You know? I want to focus on the fact that a group of people dedicated their lives to remaking Daggerfall in Unity. You know? I want to talk about shit like that. Yeah, Jackie just weren't quick enough on the draw. Yeah, stop. We've got to celebrate the good stuff. You know, I've been the one advocating for the shot chaser rule and...
Stop that incessant clicking.
Jackie, that's really cool of you, thank you. Also, if you didn't see it, I still got the thing up. If you need a happy little guy in your life and you fucking loved the fact, if you loved playing Belonging, look at this little guy. Look at this little face. That's a good thing. Favor 6. So, here's the thing. Every developer that you know of has a plan to sequelize all their games. And whether or not they go ahead, that's usually the biz dev side, so it's entirely... Okay, no, it's not entirely possible. CD Projekt Red have started working on Cyberpunk 2077 2. Whether it comes out, whether it's released or not, who knows? They are working on The Witcher 4. There's probably a Gwent 2 in there, or, you know, pick another one of their franchises. It's always interesting to find out, like, the plans that teams have had and which ones do and don't make it. What I will say is it was interesting earlier today, was it last night, that CD Projekt...
Oh. Sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
Hello.
Verdant Flow, thank you for 10 months. Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Where was I? Oh, yes! So actually, I found on the Internet Archives the original Manga Entertainment dubs for Pat Labor, which are so much better. Just in case you need those in your life. But yeah, so Varbles, there was, I mean, I know it's a joke, but like there was probably a plan for what Artifact was going to do in its sequel, even well before it had finished launching. And Jackie, I would bet dollars to donuts that World of Warcraft 2 has been in some stage of either development or pre-production for quite some time. I mean, Jackie, we know Half-Life 3 has been planned and started and stopped. You know, they wrote the story for it. Like, that's always the thing about coming out of Christmas, is just being like, the fact that Valve aren't making more actual games. Well, so friends, this is where like the difference between like intent and delivery happens, right? So Legend, there is absolutely work happening on World of Warcraft 2. Whether or not we will ever see it is another matter. Same with the StarCraft MMO. That did eventually get scrapped, so far as we understand. But like, you just understand that every big development team has a plan to sequelize. Like most small to mid teams as well. Because, like, as we were talking about yesterday, momentum is very important. Like, right now, one of the big problems with video games is discoverability, right? Building an audience, building a community. That's the big challenge of coming out with this new.
Ink.
Ah, you have indeed! I'd like to apologise to whomstever was the Jarl before Jackie stole it. I should have been paying attention, and I'm sorry that I let the Grumpus get the better of me. But Jackie, thank you for 400 bits, friend. Like, at least so far as like friend EAs and knowledge, like CCP have been tooling around Eve 2 for 1,000 years. I'm still amazed they've gone back to the Dust 514 philosophy with their next shooty gunbang, but bravo, Wolfcrad, bravo. Sorry, Wolfcrad was like, I haven't been paying attention to new games for a while, but surely there's no sequel to Final Fantasy. I mean, it's in the title. Ah! And Legend, at this point, anything's fair game, but Sorry, Legend was saying I can't see Blizzard supporting 2 active MMOs. I cannot see them supporting 2 products that would cannibalize each other. But it is possible that the success of WoW Classic, depending on what stats they're seeing behind the scenes that we aren't, might make the case for like other titles and sequelization. Oh, excuse me. Okay, sorry about that, and we are back. Okay. But you know, Alnus, we know well enough that Project Titan was meant to be their next big MMO project. They couldn't make it work, but they repurposed the assets and the creation into Overwatch. What we will see coming out of Blizzard, like sans the acquisition, will be interesting. But at this point, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. You know, the team that created a lot of these original ideas is gone. And a lot of people were brought on as part of a process to maintain, support, and develop existing products. So Could Blizzard put together new and original and interesting stuff? Who knows? Yeah, well, and again, like Favor 6 talking about repurposed stuff, again, the World of Darkness MMO never went anywhere. You know, they repurposed so much of that technology into EVE, and then eventually took it all out. Sorry, I mean, you'd have to ask somebody else on this one. I can't drive. I have not taken my test. I've lived in major metropolitan areas my whole life, or places where owning a car would have been an obtuse luxury. So, I don't know if there are any games out there that can actually help teach someone how to drive for realsies. Like, I've played my summer car a few times, and that's got very realistic vehicles. This is going to be a day. This is going to be a day. Okay. I tell you what, friends. Let's just get weird with it. Let's just get weird with it. Beans, I did forget to update the schedule on Twitch. Should have done that. Right. So you know what, friends? Without further ado, let's get fucking weird with it. I have a wonderfully bizarre, puzzly game to show you all. And honestly, I think this is one of those titles that's just going to be easier for me to show you than explain. On your hands, activate automated saving. Don't turn off. Flashing lights and jump scares. Ooh. Games for morons by morons. I think we're on to a winner here today. God. Right. Friends, Longshipians, Vikings, game developers of the future, I present to you On Your Hands. A game where it's on your hands. You know what? We'll just get in. Don't worry about it.
Deep in the halls of a secretive science facility, two researchers work diligently on an experiment involving teleportation. Suddenly, the experiment goes awry. The two researchers, Prot and Mac, are victims of their own design and disappear from the face of the Earth. You are Prot, co-founder of the Wonder Project. The last thing you remember is seeing a bright, white flash of light. You awaken in a strange place.
Welcome to Ublaterra. Safe after dark. No, Chornerus, I also have a big soft spot for that, because even when it's not stellar VO, it's always genuine. Like, 100% I will take devs doing their own narration over, like, generated voices, like, any day of the week.
Hello, come in. Prod, is that you? I got a beep from my headset that someone joined the channel we communicate on. I thought I was imagining it at first. Man, it's been like... God, I can't even really tell. There's a clock in here, and it's gone around like 40 times. So I assume it's 20 days, right? But I don't really know how they measure time at this point. Okay, well, listen. Long story short, I'm down a hatch below the city. I'm working on making a portal back to Earth. Make your way toward me. If you woke up where I woke up, there should be a big metal gate to the north. Make your way to that.
Which way is north? Take the key. Meaty keys. Oh, gods. So I do have a flashlight. It is very aggressive. Jackie has got that kind of vibe, for sure. Secret tunnel. Take a crystal. Let me know how the audio levels are, friends. I don't know how much I can do to tweak them. VSync is on. We want... there we go. So we can adjust everything a little bit. Yeah, everything's very squishy. Okay, voices was hard to hear over the waterfall. Alright, I can tweak that. Love to see it, love to see it. Alright, so we want... I'll bring the music, sound and ambient down. And we'll leave magic and monster. And we'll leave voiceover and narration there. Subtitles, and there we go. Got a little cute. Okay. There we go. Everything's so damp. Welcome to Zen. Huh. So this is one of those things, like, from what I can tell, this game's going to be a little bit Portal, a little bit chunky, low poly, you know, another world. And so ultimately, we'll be using various devices to navigate the environment and kind of, I guess, a little bit of the Talos Principle style, like bricks and puzzles and whatnot. Yeah. Alright, friends. When it's laser time, put on the 3D shades. Ooh!
Oh, look at that. The glasses feed came online. I spent far too much time on those for them to be gone for good. Yeah, Prod. Those translation glasses, first project we ever worked on. You're wearing them, and I've managed to receive their camera feed, so now I'm seeing what you see. Also, if you flip down the lenses, I can overlay translations to the alien words here. I haven't gotten all of them down yet, but still, it should at least help. All that tinkering I did was good for something after all, huh? Oh, right, the gate. Try the terminal right next to it. See if you can get it open.
Oh, I do like that. It's got a little bit of the They Live about it. Meat keys. Command. Open gate. Error. Gate not opened due to... Reminder, citizens have found a city that as of the moon landing is advised to remain in your living quarters. If the situation is an emergency, please seek the night shift warden. Okay, now, if we don't...
Nothing. I'm not really sure.
Okay.
I guess for now just try and find your way out of this forest. Good luck.
Okay. Keys 2. Crystals 1. My inventory is the back of my hand. I love it. Here's the thing, like, you can say a lot about this game already, but you know what I'm not? It's bored. I'm intrigued. Everything, you know, it's using a nice, familiar control scheme. I don't feel like I'm lost or trying to relearn the wheel. But the typical scientist writing stuff off the back of our hand. It really does have that feeling that, like, at any time one of these could be a useful MacGuffin. And the glasses auto-translate when we're reading computer terminals in the ilk, so we don't have to worry too much about that one. So, alright, natural utilitarian wildlife seems to revere them. They built an effigy, a replication based on natural utilitarian material. Wildlife has never done anything like this before. Maybe an attempt to appease them, an act to maintain safety. Interesting. Who's they? What's an aluminum falcon? And down on a dwarf, Watto and welcome. Because that's the thing that people talk about Another World very, very fondly. And... so that's the effigy we're talking about. Alright. People talk about Another World very, very fondly, and I do think that the thing it succeeded in doing is really putting us in an alien landscape. And a few games have kind of, like, toiled with the idea over the years, but I still think it's a concept that deserves exploration, you know? You know, we had, what was it called, Outcast? Back in the early 3D days. That really had that vibe to it. Oh, alright, I'm not going back that way. And it's like... Mass Effect was solid, but it didn't... Some of the species had some interesting stuff to it, but, you know, I forget the correct term for Mass Effect's aesthetic. You know, I always saw it as kind of that shiny super future, but done good. You know, that space 1999 aesthetic, but taken to a level that was more understandable. You know, hell, actually, no, I know, Morrowind's a good shout. Like, there was a game that felt like you were in an alien world. Except for you're not, it's ye olde fantasy good times. But, like, between the Striders and... Actually, Wolfcrat, it would be lovely to talk to the devs on, like, what they decided was going to be too damp for footsteps. There's a few more of the sentinel-looking fuckers on the horizon. Interesting. These little, like, growable barriers stop us from backtracking to where we're not supposed to be. So kind of keeping the... Whereas, key or yellow magic? Where's the key or yellow magic? That looks like dead. It's so hard to find titles that feel like you are truly exploring alien worlds. And hot damn if they haven't succeeded it. Again, like, I know some of you were playing through it the first time, so I don't want to go into too much detail, but Zen in Half-Life and then Zen in Black Mesa. Holy crud. So Tessa Coyle, you mean Chicory is in the painting
Weird.
game? Oh,
Of all the mentions of the aliens that run this place, you haven't managed to find any of them. I mean, don't get me wrong, that's probably a good thing. But I haven't seen any either. Even on the cameras that watch the city, there's been no movement the whole time I've been here. Where the hell are they?
welcome back. Oh yeah, so Chicory, A Colourful Tale. I guess that's got that good wet paint noise to it as a game. Okay, so this is fascinating. So those weird trees that are staring at us, apparently they showed up on this planet like 4 months ago. And since then, the wildlife has started disappearing, and even a teenage girl has gone missing. Oh, so did you ever hear of the Cube engine, or its sequel? I think was called like Saberbron or something. Cube 2. That one was fascinating because that was a game engine that used voxels to create 3D environments in a Quake 2 style setting. It's fascinating. Okay. A soldier went missing as well, and the ranger says that close personal family members have suggested leaving the fucking planet, like GTFO. Find a way to get away from here, perhaps one of the communal flights. Alright, so the trees are bad. We're dealing with bad trees here. Oh, there's Gorp and Little Gorp. Aww. Okay, don't like that. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, that's not good. Fucking hell. Oh, okay. Just gonna take that key back. Hey, Mr. Fine, mate. Visitor information. Thank you for visiting Founder City National Park. Say hello to some of our wildlife. Safety warning! Oi! You don't let me get the squirty bottle. Be sure to take the hollow flare from the adjacent rock. In the event you get lost or attacked, a local warden may use it to find you. Lovely. Buddy, you are fine. It's because Fiona came in and has gone to go pick up their groceries. Welcome to my life, friends. Okay, just things I do want to point out. So far, this has done a great job of teach by play. So at some point, we may gain, I guess, magic. But we've been taught the keys are reusable and that different coloured lights come together. So we needed both the blues to bring this up. But the yellow key, like, activated the bridge. I don't like that. The idea that these big trees have basically been stealth stealing people? Kind of unnerving, not gonna lie. Baby boy, you're alright. Oh, so this is the greenhouse where, there. Okay. Ah, alright. Sorry about this, friends. I'm just gonna... I'll be back in just a moment. Sorry about that, friends. Okay, where were we? Okay. Hopjaw.
When did you go out last?
Like 3:30.
Okay, so you're fine.
Not to hear him fucking tell it.
Hey, no. Settle. No.
Killer trees, you say? There is a movie idea there. Maybe get Mark Wahlberg to star in it. What could go wrong?
I still can't believe there hasn't been a good, like, international version of Day of the Triffids. Like, the Happening is the only Murder Trees movie. Like, some of the OG Day of the Triffids, maybe not the black and white classic, but, like, there was a BBC miniseries. It was fucking scary as a kid. Well, Dave, I am glad someone else has seen it, so I don't seem like I'm a completely crazy person. Don't feel so good when the trees look me in the eyes. That's uncomfortable. Where? Who's that up there? Is that just a little guy? Are you just a little guy? I love damp forest. I've got to say though, again, like the translatable alien logs, I think, are a great little twist on the oh, damn it, turn around. Are a great little twist on the standard. I'm trapped in a closet with zombies. Who could have known the zombie project would turn out to be evil? You know. And the person's notes we're finding, one's a park ranger and the other is a fucking gardener. Exit to canyon. Here we go. And these unsettling trees that look at it. Also, these kind of like, frankly, gross, but retractable little monster walls are such a smart little way of stopping players from backtracking too much. You know? God, and the I forget the term where it's like chromatic separation as a distancing effect, but it works so well with this like alien landscape. Oh, that was a Snuffleupagus. Well, so I think the things to take away from like Day of the Triffids is one, like the comet blinds everybody, and it's never explained how it does that. It just led me to a lifelong paranoia of looking at interstellar phenomenon, and whether or not it is related to the Triffids or otherwise it's never confirmed, denied, or spoken about. Whether it is that they get loose or whether it is that they plan, but they do seem to hunt after that. Sorry, we're absolutely not talking about that. Beans!
You fall endlessly, eventually losing hope and accepting your death.
What?
You join now the legions of dead upon Ubal Terra. Another corpse to the pile.
Oh shit! That's some proper like point and click game over screen. Okay, it's not gallows humor when you're talking about trees used to hang people. It's not a bit. God. Alright, we just had to keep bunny hopping across. We got this. Sup? Oh, you did not! Okay. That little shite tried to take us out, but we're good. So what have we learnt here? Pink magic. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so we can reload magic at varying points and then use it across here. Okay. I was curious as to how the finger guns were going to be coming into this, but... And you know, stuff, this could be rad in VR. Like, it's using kind of like some VR shorthands essentially as like main mechanics. Okay, and so purple magic can either be used to move or to charge things. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. See what I mean about it being just a straight up alien world? Though I've got a bit... There's so much more care in its construction. I really thought we were just going to be, like... chucked into this and that would be kind of the long and short of it. Okay. So we either need a key or yellow magic. Key we can get. Like, the puzzle design here is already excellent. Forgive me for whipping the mouse around. Ah, alright. Now it's getting us used to the idea of... too far. Interesting. Right, so put the key in. Alright. Do we have to quick draw here? I wonder. There's no way to shortcut around. Fast. It's not impossible, but it's fast. Okay, it's a... Alright, it's got a two-stage to it, so we've got... There we go. God. Certainly not easy. Alright, sorry about this. Alright, well, Jemami, have yourself a lovely rest of your evening, and thank you kindly for the lurk. This has done such a wonderful job of highlighting an absolutely alien world. Like, I feel very cautious and very trepidatious at this point. It's fucking confusing and unnerving, but at the same time, like, I don't feel completely lost. I feel like I'm progressing. You know, it's not just insane logic just stacked on top of itself. Nani? Nani? Was was das? That felt bad. That felt bad. What was that? Rexnid Park Ranger. Oh, good. This doesn't seem good. Oh, to the lake. Managed to find Dreadthan, which is like Dreadful Nathan. Took him back to Founder City for questioning him. They tasked me with destroying the escape pod. But should I? The FRD really doesn't want us leaving. I wonder if they're ultimately trying to stop the mass exodus I keep hearing about. Everybody leaving all at once. Interesting. So it's called Sink or Swim. Okay, we don't carry the coloured magics between areas. Interesting. Something tells me pink water bad. Quite yellow key or yellow magic. No, I don't think we have either of those. Your feet stick to the platform. Okay, so we can't jump from here. Interesting. How about here? Ah, okay. Okay, so we've got to return here at some point. Okay. Oh, I was going to say, so I like the Metroidvania of it, like, but now we are in a risky place. I don't want to jump in the water. And our finger guns are unloaded. Stick 'em up! Sorry, right mouse button shifts between your hands just in case one of your hands was getting tired. Because, like, these are aliens. They don't know. They don't get it. Alright, let's see what water does. Oh!
The harsh acidic water dissolves your flesh and bone. You leave little behind as proof of your mark on this world, and doom the fate of the person awaiting you.
Fuck. Okay, I know it's a small thing, but I'm loving these game over screens. Oh.
The harsh acidic water.
Sorry! It's a little bit tangy, yeah. Lost Flowers, I do remember the OG Fallout death. They would usually be saying roughly the same thing, but it would be talking about how you basically doomed all your people. Mr. Bugser, I'm going to need you to not dive underwater. First person puzzle platforming. That old chestnut. We know and love. But I think it does a really good job of showing us, like... Right. Okay, so that one can't be activated with yellow magic, but that one can. Alright. Alan says it's got big, the DMO is fed up with your nonsense. Well, it's a teaching point that adds flavour. There we go. That gets us over here. Haha. I keep taking crystals. I don't know what crystals are for. But that looks mechanically meaty. The screaming won't end. They make me one of them. Oh, good. Just once, I'd like to be teleported to a planet full of functional idiots. Be their Superman. But yeah, no, I remember them more Lost Flowers from Fallout 2, but like how the game over screens would talk about how, you know, the village was doomed and how it was left to rot. You're talking a lot of science at me, nerds. I just want to keep exploring. Vernflow, we don't know right now. But they fucking could be. Okay, and you can only load one hand at a time. 3 keys, 2 keys, 3 crystals. And a bug switch. I don't know how the eyeballs feel about getting shot. Am I infuriating the local wildlife? Only time will tell. And it seems from each section I don't get to carry the magic with me.
I have had a lot of time to think in here. Thinking specifically about my childhood. Our childhood.
Eh?
I think we were both about 8 years old. I remember one time we were having a sleepover, and you decided it would be amusing to shove me in your closet. It was tiny, and I barely fit. I kept knocking on your door to let me out, but I just heard you laughing and taunting me. It smelled so damp in there. Clothes that hadn't been given enough time to dry before being hung up, obscuring my vision. Though I think I did see a roach in there. In that moment, I could have sworn it was looking right at me. Like it knew I was there. Like it knew I was afraid of it. I remember you laughing so hard when you heard me screaming. Then you were called down by your parents, and I had no idea. I didn't even attempt to open the closet. I thought you would, eventually.
Fuck.
Even in that moment, you being responsible for the situation I was in, I at least trusted you to have mercy.
Fucking hell. Now this is some story about my uncle fucking vibes. Anyway, next stop, the factory! That might have been a red flag. Oh. Big factory.
Whoa. Jeez, look at that place. Oh, that's the factory. That's some good news, I think.
Okay.
So, since you're probably confused, the place I'm in right now is... I guess I want to call it an R&D lab. There's a stack of construction plans in here, and one of them is for this factory. Specifically, they mentioned we can find a battery in here. And that's good. That means our ticket out of here. So, try and find a way inside.
Okay. Okay. Fascinating. Like that one, it's just a little tale about one of our characters' first, like, formal tests. That is very meaty, though. Yeah, I think we might be the baddie. We might deserve to be stranded. insecurity.
I'm trying to get you to a city, right? At least, I think it's a city. Whatever, anyway, when I got here, there was a hatch between a bunch of buildings that was wide open. I climbed down and I found this lab. It's amazing. There's so much tech in here, and all of it is so different. Like, you've still got electricity and circuits and stuff, but the way they put it all together is so... sorry. The point is that I started construction on a portal generator, like the one we have back at home. It was going great, until the power went out. I tried to go fix the problem myself, but the hatch closed behind me. I'm kind of stuck down here. If we can get that battery, you should be able to restore power. Good luck, Prot.
Yeah, I think we might be the baddie here. Command open door. Door opened. A warning. I will say again, like, much like the Redacteds in Control, this is fucking inspired. Like, this allows you to imply that there's so much going on without having to write out, like, reams and reams of dialogue. Jesus. Once again, scientists making super weapons that then proceed to murder them. Release prototype bot. I'd rather not, if I can help it. Prot and his father sit on the edge of the boardwalk. Fuck. Okay, I am not ready to unpack family trauma right now while trying to get us off this fucking alien world, but... Alright, friendos, I do apologise for the multiple interruptions. I desperately have to pee. Because I am fueled by coffee and high-speed nonsense. So I'll be back in just a second, alright? I'm curious as to when this is going to flip to being more of like a traditional puzzle game. It's kind of like a slightly more interesting Mag Runner at this point. And Mag Runner was pretty... Okay, Mag Runner was a great concept for a game, but it fell apart on the puzzles because the solutions were so physics-based that it was hard to know if you were failing or succeeding. Do you know what I mean? Actually, how many of you remember Mag Runner? Because that's, I guess, an old shout back. Well, okay. TLDR, Mag Runner was a post-Portal game that the main crux was using magnets to either attract or repel different, like, platforms, objects, cubes to each other, etc. But the plot was you are the plucky underdog in, like, a space contest for a super grant or something. That during the event is at ground zero for an Eldritch Abomination's awakening. It's fucking great. Got weird. Got real weird. This reminds me of that, but better. So, yeah. Anyway, friends, I'll be back in just a second, so don't go anywhere.
Reactor online.
Oh,
Sensors
but first...
online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
I want smaller games with lower polygons and I'm subscribing accordingly.
Hey, I figure if we're going to properly kick this year off, let's kick it off good and weird. So yeah, here's a game where you can count the polys on your hands. The plot is fascinating and it is already going places. But I desperately have to pee, so I'll be back in just a second. Okay. I might have stopped to eat cheese on the way back, but I'm here. I have returned. It's that thing of like, we've got loads of good food in the house, but it's all super hearty. And I don't wanna eat my body weight in stuff that's gonna make me snooze on yous. Okay.
River song.
So let's, I guess, unleash the prototype bot. See where the rest of this gets us. Okay. So we can't quite... Oh, sorry, it was a tiny fucking stall over here. I couldn't quite Zen Half-Life it. Okay. I think I have just been recognized. Okay.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
To Skynex's Astoria, how are you doing, Watto, and welcome. Jesus, 62 months. Sorry, I should come up with a better thing to say when stuff like this happens rather than to, like, swear incoherently, but feckin' yo. Honestly, I don't know what else to say apart from just fucking thank you. Yeah. Welcome to On Your Hands. I don't know. Calling it a fish out of water puzzle game feels like doing it a disservice. A surreal...
Doing it for the incoherent swears.
Well, Ferric Phoenix, thank you kindly. Yeah, look at me actually using people words. Hunter bot recharge tunnel. Danger, maintenance only. Notice, the exact state the Hunter bot AI is mostly unclear. Study conditions very carefully. When wandering into the junk room, the Hunter bot will often move things. If you are not sure if something is moved or not, then the bot is likely in the recharge tunnel and do not enter during this time. Oh. We're gonna do a puzzly game. So we have to memorize the area, and then if something has changed, then...
Prot, wait. That, those boxes in front of you. Weren't they stacked up before? Do you think they fell over on their own? Maybe. It's not worth the risk to find out. Maybe there's another way across? Try that tunnel over to your right. Yeah, that one. Just move the grate.
Jobs are good. So Furry Phoenix, I absolutely agree, and the aesthetic of this is so striking that it has this, I don't know, it's so alien and so vivid that it doesn't feel cheap or out of place. They've honestly done a really, really good job. Favor 6, most likely. But asset packs have been around for 1,000 years. Again, once you hear the dragon noise from Warcraft 2, you will then hear it in every major motion picture and video game for 1,000 years. And Ferric, the aesthetic is more, I don't know, Portal meets like a Lost World, but option contains exactly 2 curly brackets. So I guess that's the first thing we need to find. So it's like, study the layout carefully. Oh, God. Fuck, this is actually nerve-wracking. Alright, junk room. Yeah, no, that has definitely changed. Alright, so we want the debug option that contains exactly 2 curly brackets. I think it's the first one. Because that one has 1. There's 2 in that one, 3 in that one, and 1 in that one, so... Correct. Debug state sheet. Please enter the new instruction in the broken computer to continue the debug sequence.
Okay, so... go look at the junk room again? I don't think anything's moved this time. It must be up in the tunnel charging. You can keep going, just be careful. It might still be in there.
This game is being very, very generous with its load states. So it's not putting the opus on us to choose when to manually save. But that does mean it has no qualms in fucking with us. And this whole section, so what it said to us is that the hunter robot is out. It is invisible, it is clever, and it will shift things around to murder you. So this long, drawn-out movement through the junk room, our flashing flashlight, alright, so this configuration here.
Todd? Todd, you're losing signal. I think those computers that you're looking on are interfering with our...
Oh, good. Okay, so the next debug option does not contain a colon, lol. So that means we go through here. Assuming I haven't fucked up. Oh,
You are
fuck!
torn to shreds by a security threat. Your ultimate fate leaves no impact upon Ubal Terra, as the planet quickly and carelessly devours your carcass.
Because the area hadn't changed, we had to go back the way we came. Instead of the other way. Does not contain a colon. Alright, so we go back this way. And if this area had changed, then we needed to go up into the tunnels. Alright. Oh, come
Torn to
on!
shreds by a security bot. Closer you got to the heart of this world and the truth. You fail to reach your ultimate goal.
So I was sure nothing had moved down here. But I've been wrong before. Getting killed by that goofy looking bot though. Oh!
You're torn to shreds
Fucking
by a
bastard.
security bot.
Alright, so I guess we're definitely going up into the tunnels. Okay. Just once again, does not contain a colon. Okay. On the plus side, it allows us to kind of trial and error through fear, which I think is kind of fascinating. Alright, does not contain a colon. Which I believe is that one, because that's a semicolon. Alright.
Okay, so go look at the junk room again? I don't think anything's moved this time. It must be up in the tunnel charging.
Alright.
You can keep going, just be careful.
Thank you,
It
Mac.
might still be in there.
Okay, the way in which this is using, like, looping and strange environments is so clever. Like, I've semi-lost track of where we are. It really does feel like, I don't know, like an alien landscape thrown asunder. Alright. Corruption.
Cat, you're losing signal. I think those computers that you're looking on are interfering with our...
Does not contain any direction of arrow. Not up, not left, not right. Okay. Right, so I don't see anything different here from when we came in. Fucking... The crappy flashlight lighting is so powerful. Alright. Does not contain any arrows. That has arrows, that has arrows, that has arrows. This one is clean. Okay. That was sure as shit not there before. I would have fucking noticed that. So up into the tunnels for us, I think. Now, I think some of you have watched it, but if you haven't heard of it, DJ's been playing this game called Voices of the Void. And it does something very, very powerful, which I don't think we've discussed, which is like tone by repetition, as a means of unsettling the user, giving the user a series of tasks and jobs and little things that constitute the bulk of the gameplay, and then subverting that. Alright. 4 of 5 contains either an exclamation or an at, but not both. Has to have at least one. So it's got to be an at or an exclamation, but not both. Has to have one or t'other. Feels wrong. That is definitely not what we came through to. At, well, exclamation, but not both. He's doing a Die Hard! Like, ultimately, the game we're playing today is a story game, right? It wants us to progress. So the fear here is created more for trepidation than it's like the thing to overcome. But so far, yeah, Voice of the Void is probably the best example of creating repetition. Creating tension through repetition, right? Alright, so it has to have an exclamation, but not both. Exclamation, at, cool. No at, no exclamation. Exclamation, no at, and exclamation, so it's this one. I think this might be right. Fucking looks right. But yeah, so here, like, the monster that comes at us is that little cute robot we saw from earlier. So it's not really a huge ooga booga booga. It's not a Five Nights at Freddy's screamer. But the tension is created by this repetition and this attention to detail. There's a horror game that's been doing the rounds. I don't even know if you can call it a horror game, but it's a puzzle game where you have to walk through the same piece of a Japanese subway station and try and spot the bits that are missing. Oh yeah, no, Vern Float, that's a fascinating thing. Like, yeah, we're trying to study the junk room to see whether or not something has moved at the same time as trying to remember these weird little complexities. And yeah, Dustin, I think it's Exit 8. Exit 8 was a title I was definitely going to stream for you all at some point, but, like, to be honest... There we go, now it's teleporty time. Like, it's now been covered so well. Alright, exit to the machine. I don't think we need to necessarily cover it. You know, it's an aggressive spot the difference, but in a way that... I don't know. In a way that's so fucking fascinating. Yeah, and Jam, I think that's a better way of putting it than what I've been saying. That, yeah, this game's goal is not to make us afraid, but to give that sense of dread. You're a fish out of water. You are the alien. Like in that movie, Alien. Alright, so yeah, this is the... Alright, here we go. So now we've got purple and yellow magic. Right. Interesting. Sorry, I'm just reloading. Well, so Jamami, sorry, I think that the SCP stuff does, well, SCP stuff does so incredibly well as it's one step sideways from the recognizable and the norm, right? Control's the best version of that, where like the infinite looping environment of the oldest house works because at first it's so bland and unassuming, right? Quite sure what's going on here. I think I've gotten myself in trouble, but I'm not entirely sure. Aha! Right. Gotcha.
There's the battery right in front of you. You should just be able to pull it out.
Okay. I'm sorry, I only say this because I saw a couple of titles that are trying to do the same thing as like SCP-5K, and I will say, so far I don't think any of them's really encapsulated it well. God. I mean, 5K is probably one of the few SCP stories that I know by name. God, this seems like a bad idea. And mainly because, like, as apocalyptic tales go, it is interesting. Wanderer biomass 0. Command. Open door. Invalid Wanderer biomass. The hatch will only open when it detects body mass 3 living or dead wanderers. That seems bad.
Alright, sweet, you got it. I can't really tell how much power's in that, but I think it'll be enough to restore the city. I'll have to show you how to override the power consumption gates. I'll show you when we're there, I guess. For now, just focus on getting there in one piece.
Okay, so we can't open that yet. Oh, but we can start going in here, right? Not gonna lie, this is weird. This is very weird. Oh yeah, no, and so, sorry, Jam, I'm not saying this to say like, oh, you are wrong for comparing this to the SCP. How could you be so stupid? But more just in the case of... This is attempting to put us in a place that is so alien to what we understand. Alright, so that doesn't work. Hang on, so which one was it again? Alright. See where this gets us. Oh, okay. So we have basically a limited amount of time to swap it over whilst it's in flight. Alright. Hold that thought. Alright, so I get it. The holding pattern isn't there, it's here. So it's going to bounce between these two whilst we set up the rest of it. Okay. Got this. Okay. Sorry about that. So yeah. No, and Jam, it's entirely fine. I like deconstructing these different vibes so that, you know, we as creators can emulate them. So this is completely alien. This is Zen, right? But because of its like its weird breadth and depth color palette and the way in which it presents its puzzles to us, like, we can kind of muddle our way through. It's doing a great teach by play, and there's very clear, like, pink means teleport, yellow means, like, interact. Papa Char.
You've rejected the Ubal-Terran cell core battery from its adapter. However, you are not authorized FRD personnel. Thus, the self-destruct protocol has been activated.
Wait!
There are 20 minutes remaining until termination.
Wait!
I will see you on the other side, Prod.
I got 20 minutes until I'm fucking dead? What the shit? What's up, little buddy? Alright, we've got one Wanderer. We need 3. Oh, these are portals that... Alright, so we've got 20 minutes to do 2 more puzzles. Alright, so forgive me if I'm not banting like before. This is not where I thought we would be today, but here we are. Product research and review. Blah blah blah. 15% efficiency. I basically need a bunch of this meat. Not a big fan of this puzzle. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Wait, did it fall down? Oh, I don't like that. Oh, I don't like that at all. Oh. Alright, I get it now. Basically, we can only step on those platforms once, right? So we've got to blink teleport across whilst leaving at least one platform for us to get to. There we go. Puzzle brain! Sorry, friends, this kind of puts a bit of a... Oh, God. The fuck is this room? Wanderer released. Alright. Key taken. What's up, buddy? Oh, sorry. Have a lovely rest of your evening, friend. And to be continued. So this little dingleberry. Okay. So we use the keys. Ugh, you're killing me, Sprinkles. Ugh. To open the correct doors. Doing this on a time limit is sadistic. Fast to just fucking brute force this. Speed is of the essence, friends. I know. So stressful. God darn it. Fine. 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 Where's Angry Orange? I'd like to say, rest in pepperoni, everybody's fucking Twitch codex. Of course it's this one. Fucking course it is. I love me my puzzles, but I'm not gonna lie. Feeling it. Yeah, I know. Of course the things we have to get through are living or dead biomass. That one's... This one... Is it this one? No, it's this one. Alright. We have to pay attention to the fucking colours and everything. Which of you fuckers is orange? It's gotta be this one. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Alright, there we fucking go. Oh, and of course there's one more. Oh, this is like the adventure line for Ice Train. Alright. Alright. Listen. Conversations will continue after these messages. That's those two done. Alright. Last but by no means least is this one. Alright. One shot. Well, that officially felt too easy. Release Wanderer. Wanderer released. Okay, I get it now. It's way easier to just turn them into mulch and have them sent across. Oh, the crosshairs are ever so slightly off. There you go, buddy. Ooh. Oh, I might have done it. Well, so Chaunerus, that's the point. Is the game lying about the 20-minute timer? Do we know? Like... And we saved him, so I feel like the good guy. Short in stature, pink in nature. Ah, they're a named curiosity. They can very often be seen using their biggest leg to tap on an object that they find curious. Security bots. You know what? We don't need to know about security bots. But, like, I don't know if it was lying about the time limit, because the achievement we got kind of
exit
implied...
from the facility before the machine's detonation has a chance to end your journey. The wanderers you saved quickly found a tunnel of their own to escape through. While they didn't quite know what you were, they were grateful that you granted them freedom.
Yay!
As you left them for the
Maduckins!
outside world, they held out hope that you would end up wandering far, just as they enjoy doing.
God. Sorry. Phoenix was saying they sounded suspiciously like the timer was real. Okay. So we managed to do... Okay, so we managed to do episode 1, Welcome to Ublaterra. We found 2 secrets in the first map, and we missed all the secrets in security. Alright, so let's continue. I want to talk about one of my favourite failings in video games, which is Deus Ex Human Revolution's... What the fuck is this? You know what? I think I'm gonna make a sandwich. Like, I don't want to see the inside of my head directly represented. I'm gonna make a sandwich in a second. So we'll call this our pause point. If any of you are desperately enamored with the game and want to go make a cup of tea, now is the time. Yeah, no, Jamami, if someone could get Doom Guy on the line, 2016 Doom Guy, we're gonna fucking need him. One of my favourite failings in video games is Deus Ex Human Revolution's timer, because it succeeds so hard in the first mission and then never ever delivers again. And I hate that. Apparently in the last section there are some, like, timed things that can affect, like, certain outcomes, or if that's something that happens in the sequel, I forget, but... yeah, Ferric, this game has other plans than what I want to talk about. So if you haven't played it, Deus Ex Human Revolution opens with a hostage situation. Well, that is to say, you...
Oh, hey, that's the city I'm in.
This is the city?
It's... yeah. Try not to breathe in the air for too long. So, head down the road, turn right the first time you can. Down that path you'll find a statue of a... I want to call it a giant worm? Why the hell did these people build a statue to a worm? There's a giant worm statue over there. Underneath it, you should find a place to put the battery. We'll go from there.
Yo, what if this is a Lethal Company prequel and we just didn't know it? I like that 3 of you found the same good clip, but none of you clipped the Megalodon flipping the boat and me screaming my head off. Clipped it myself, but... anyway, so Deus Ex Human Revolution has this... you have like a tutorialized opening where you're doing Adam Jensen-y things. Then you reach... I forget if you're like... I think you're Interpol on the second one. UNATCO doesn't exist at that point, so I don't know. You're fucking Adam Jensen super agent at the beginning of the sequel. Having done your tutorialization, all that nonsense. And you are told that there is a hostage situation that is actively going on at the moment, and that you need to go and save the hostages. And repeatedly you are told by NPCs that Adam, the hostage situation is going on. You need to get on the chopper now. You've got to go save these people. But hey, you're a video gamer. You've played video games. There's no active timer on screen. So what the fuck do you care? So if you played an immersive sim, if you played a 451 game, you are going through the vents, picking up the goodies, talking to the people. You're having a coffee. You're checking out the armory, leafing through some magazines, checking TikTok on your phone. And then you get a fucking call which is being like, because you pissed around. They've just killed the hostages. Which drastically changes the first mission of the game. And it's so good. Because it has you in the mindset of, not only should I be looking at this like an immersive sim, I should also be treating the story with the cadence that characters tell me. Like, if you've played a AAA game in the last, 10 years, you've had a situation where a character's been like, Hero! We have to get to the thing! If we don't get to the thing right now, we're all doomed! And then you fuck around. You fuck around for hours, maybe even days. And you finally go there and they're like, oh my god, Hero! Thank you got here so quickly. And meanwhile, you've basically run around like Snoop Dogg. You have finished every fucking minigame. Now, Favor 6. Cyberpunk is one where narratively it doesn't know how to pace. And I don't want to talk too much about Cyberpunk because I have done that too much and I am becoming a fucking broken record. But you're not wrong. I think one of the main, and I'm not saying this necessarily as a critique, but just as a point, that the Yakuza series has a real problem with that kind of pacing. The thing is, you don't want the player to always feel like they're on a timer, though, because one of the great, in my humble opinion, one of the great weaknesses of the Dead Rising series is the fact that you're always on a fucking timer. You can't ever enjoy yourself. You can't ever explore. So it puts you in this shitey kind of middle ground. And Lost Flowers, I'm sorry you're having technical problems on it. But yeah, no, Cyberpunk has a few moments where someone will call you up and be like, I need you to get here right now, something's popping off. And you go, yes. And you've got nothing to worry about. Lance was saying that Yakuza does lock you into main story sometimes. It's pretty clear when you can side story now, yes. And true, but any narrative that is based on time has to have a level of consistency. See, Deus Ex Human Revolution is not a narrative based on time. It's meant to be a mystery. It's meant to be a whodunit. Why did you get exploded? Why did your girlfriend get kidnapped? What are these shady fucks up to? Kind of fitting that theme, not perhaps as well as the original. But when you are told that you have to hurry, and you don't, and there are real consequences, what it does is it sets you in the world. Now, it can feel bad, and people do restart the game having done that, but they do it right at the beginning. So you've not lost too much progress. And from then on in, anytime the narrative is like, alright, we're under pressure, you can feel it. You don't want the players ever feeling like they can't explore and they can't move around, so you wouldn't... It's not a tool that you should use a lot if you are using it at all. But when it's used, God, it's powerful. Because we all hate fucking timers in video games. I have encountered very few... I've encountered very few games where the time limit felt good. In narrative titles, not in things like, you know, Vampire Survivor-esque games and whatnot. But the reason I'm saying this is because maybe it's just me being a fucking puzzlehead. Like, I know when it comes to games like this, my brain just makes it make sense, right? But it asked us to make a very, very interesting choice, which is, do we save the animals or do we kill them? Saving them requires us to do twice as many puzzles, and holy fuck, I don't know if you saw, because I just went into the zone, I wasn't even explaining it, but the door puzzle was, there was like fucking 9 doors that our little buddy had to walk through. Each door had a corresponding bulb, which we had to jam a key into, and all we had to do was trace the matching cube to the matching bulb. But the whole thing was this multicoloured mess. We could have just mulched the little fucker and walked on through. All we would have needed to have done is found the button for the door, jobs are good. But instead we had to do that puzzle 9 times. I can do it 9 times! So yeah. Sorry. An excuse to quote Strong Bad. So there, it gave us a choice. Now, having the timer on screen might have helped to solidify that. And also knowing that the checkpointing system has been very generous does help, because we knew that if we failed, we'd start again. But yeah, so Lance, I avoided Majora's Mask for the longest time because I hated the countdown timer until I found out what it was I was looking for, you know? So Chaunerus, I'm there with you, but I understand that I'm in the minority when it comes to those kind of like, you know, air quotes, cozy games. I don't find Stardew Valley relaxing. I enjoy it, but I find it very stressful because of, like, you only have so many hours in a day and there's certain things you can only do at certain times of year, and if you fuck up, then it feels like you put yourself back. And again, I know that's a problem with me. And Jamomi says, what do you think of the Outer Wilds timer and how does it compare to Majora's Mask? I mean, I have grown up. Majora's Mask's timer is very lengthy, so unfortunately it can trap you in what can feel like a doomed loop, at least in my humble opinion. Outer Wilds, you don't even know you're on a timer until the game has given you the context to understand it, right? So regardless of what you do in your first loop in Outer Wilds, you will wake up and experience you will be immediately confronted with the idea that this is a time loop. You can come back. Like, the moment you are aware that you're on a timer is the moment that you are made aware that you can do this as many times as you want. Yeah. Well, and so Ferric, I don't even start fishing usually until my 2nd year in Stardew, because I don't feel I can relax and just putz about. You know? Like, there are... like, I'm not an anti-day-night cycle by any means. I think, especially with, because we talked about it on Saturday a lot, but I'd love to talk about it some more. With Final Fantasy 15, I adore its day-night cycle, because you have something that you do not want to be out on the roads at night, because the fucking demons will come and wreck your shit. Like, I absolutely do not want to be around when that stuff is popping off. But the thing is, Final Fantasy 15 rewards you with, like, story and progression by resting. So it pushes you into going towards, like, setting up camp, going to a camping spot, staying at a hotel. Like, you might choose to stay somewhere suboptimal, and then you're rewarded for it. Again, either narratively or mechanically. I love that. And Tronorus, it's nice to know that, like, I'm not the only one there. Oh yeah, no, Fennec, I think Monaco 2 was announced either at the Game Awards or Summer Games Fest, and I think it's going to be excellent. And Favor 6, like, I forget if Xenonauts 2 is on timers. See, I hated the timed mission in XCOM Apocalypse, but I loved them in New XCOM because that felt like it was, like, essentially time moves so slowly in New XCOM that it might as well be turn-based, right? Do you have enough time to do these missions before you come to the Terror missions? And I think that works really, really well. Again, you never want the player to feel like they're missing out and they can't explore, they can't experience. I don't know, I think that one's important. Also, I do like how this is using, like, paintball effects to let us know what we should be doing here, just as a small aside. Hey!
What ho? Viking 64 friendo, Viking 64 friendo.
Vanderbeest, how goes it? Vanderbeest, I don't know how you feel about the moniker of head of House Order these days. Again, we've been at this for so long. I don't want to burden you with having to be the person of House Order. Especially, you know, times are tough for fucking everybody. But it is wonderful to see you. Thank you for not just 63 months, because that's fucking massive, and at Titu, but, like, the amount of cash that you put in to keeping the Longship going, it's fucking... Thank you. So, come on in. We're talking about timers and video games. And J Post, thank you for filling the pint glass. I am going to make a sandwich at some point. Welcome to the flesh room. Lot of weird broken stuff. Okay. Well, Vanderbeest, I just didn't want you thinking I was just assuming. Yeah, it kind of feels like someone either got turned into a worm in here or just got fucking murdered. Kind of feel like, I don't know, messy Columbo. But yeah, the one that I keep wanting to play for you all and then just being like, nah, I don't want to handle the fucking save load stress of it, is Dead Rising, which is one of those ones where I appreciate it artistically, but I fucking hate playing it. And for those who haven't played Dead Rising, so the premise is that you are in a mall, you are trapped in a mall in a zombie outbreak, right? But... Oh! Well, Vanderbeest, wherever you're travelling off to, have a fecking great time. And, yeah, to be continued. I'll keep nattering, but have an excellent flight. Dead Rising is a timed game, and it's very, very stressful. Because you have 3 days in the mall until rescue comes. If you want to follow the plot and the story, you have to be at certain places at certain times. And if you haven't played through it before, it can be very hard to know what you need to win against these specific story beats. And like once you play it through a few times, you know to have a jug of orange juice and a lightsaber and shit like that with you, but it doesn't reward you for exploring. Exploring can cost you resources, but it costs you time. Now, there is a bug in the original, I don't know if they patched it, where if you spend long enough in the opening area before going into the main mall, before the story pops off, you miss the first story beat, but rather than getting a game over, you just get like a free play. And playing it like that was so good. There's so much to explore. But then at that point, you kind of want the story. So also, Dead Rising 2 Zombie Vegas I thought was very entertaining. And so in Ferric, games like Dave the Diver, where you're limited with the amount of time you can spend in the area, I think that one's interesting because early on they stop users from getting too lost and too overwhelmed. You know, you can only explore for a little bit of time in a little bit of the area because of resources, you know? It doesn't feel like an artificial invisible wall. Let's see what happens.
Alright, the city's been restored to 25% power. Great. I guess we're gonna need another battery. But where else would have one? Oh, try the cathedral up ahead. It's just past the construction site. You're gonna need to find a way to clear out those trees, though.
Oh great, the creepy trees that stare at us. Love that for us. Love that for us. Also, no one made the cathedral joke. Alright, we're gonna go back to where we came. Fuck, what was I talking about? Sorry, I distracted myself there. Flo says when they were little, the original Pikmin used to pressure them and not let them play the way they wanted. True. It's also one of the reasons why, like, I will not hand a game the cozy moniker until it has proved that it has cozy vibes. Because, like, it can have a cozy art aesthetic. It is entirely welcome to that. But don't tell me you cozy and then, like, fucking stress me out 8 ways from Sunday with some scary-ass timers and shit, you know? Alright, so the cathedral's that way. Let's see what's up here. Butchow! Blind teleporting into a house made of flesh. Love this for us. Somehow Flesh House isn't as damp as the forest, and I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, so Ferric, I try not to bang the drum too much because the cozy movement in games has been one that's only positive. It's brought in so many new people, and it's made it's allowed so many devs to do so many interesting things. You know, the cozy aesthetic is a really good way for people that aren't looking for like conflict-based or aggressive-based video games to find their their space, find their tribe, that I don't want to shit on it. However, there are a lot of times where I've been informed that X, Y, and Z is a cozy game, and it's like, no, it has a cute aesthetic, but it is stressful as all hell. Like, don't try and sell me this. I know my shit. And honestly, I would have put like OG Pikmin kind of in there, because at least I found some of the early stuff to be very stressful. It's just a game about ponies. It's just a game about ponies. As weird as this fucking place is, I don't think there's anything we can do here for now. There we go. Harvest was saying they'd never tried Stardew because of the time limit stuff, and Gnome was just stressing himself out trying to min-max everything. Animal Crossing is more their speed for a cozy game. Yeah. No, and wholeheartedly agree. I mean, the great thing about video games is that you can mod it to all hell, so there's probably a means by which you can tweak Stardew's timers and whatnot. Give yourself more, you know. I felt that the need to get things from the vaults for progression definitely stressed me out, because also there was, for a game that's meant to be about like leaving your job behind and not working yourself to death, that it's optimal to stay up to the point past exhaustion. It's more optimal to do that than to risk conflict in the mines. Like, what's his face only takes a few credits from you, which after a certain point, like, money doesn't really become the main stressor. But losing in the mines, like, then you lose like randomly half your stuff, which is infuriating. Sorry, Ferric said, I made a Barfly's guide to Stardew Valley as an Excel spreadsheet. Which was about when every NPC would be in the bar, so they could optimize their socialization. Then realized they could do the same thing in real life. Yes, I have some friends who are planners, and I thoroughly respect people that can do that. The idea of planning socialization to that level, I find very stressful. So I just tend to be very chaotic with my social time. I kind of put it in the hands of the gods as much as I can. That way no one can be mad at me that I'm not spending time with certain people at certain hours. Which actually isn't true. It isn't true. People have gotten mad at me for all sorts, but that's another kettle of monkeys. Alright. There's something I'm missing here. Something I'm missing here. Honestly, I'm happy to putz about around this. Makes a good, colourful backdrop for talking about, you know, cozy games and timers and whatnot. But, I don't know. Timers like jump scares, when used correctly and sparingly, are very powerful. And honestly, I think they can be a real boon, a real tool in your arsenal of creativity. But it got to get used right. I mean, I was talking earlier about Doom Infinite, the free what if Doom 2 was a roguelike, and it does one of those very good things where technically you are on a timer, but the challenge isn't, time as a life force ticking down. It's the concept that the more time you spend in an area, the more difficult it's going to become, right? Sorry, it looked like something I could explode. Meat shower. Ooh, power cells. This looks like a spaceship. This looks like 2 spaceships. Fucking yeah. No, Jamami, you're entirely correct. The best way to play Stardew is to pay no attention to the timers and just live every day like it is. For some of us, that mindset is hard to grasp. So, sadly, it's not as simple as just, just be chill. Gods, I wish it was. If anyone learns out how to just be chill, sans the use of substances. What the fuck? Alright, did you all see that? Oh, that was fucking wild! Alright, I'll see if I can proc it again. Cheeky bastards. Okay, so I'm walking around, we're looking at the ships, we're looking at the flavor bath here. Interesting. See it, love it. Okay, welcome to Big Sofa. With the eyeball. Sup, eyeball. Doesn't do anything. It's just a big eye. It's got real, then we come through to here. Oh, isn't that the... Oh, what about... Where's Big Sofa gone? Fucking cheeky. Alright, these devs know what they're about. And I'm not gonna lie, I am impressed. It's just a game about ponies. So, Chonus was saying they've been a little disappointed with Coral Island. We're gonna wait till it goes on Switch. We've got a year of playtime and it started crashing. That is one of the challenges with a lot of the big indies, a lot with the indie scene. And you are right, like, if you spend a day in the mines, but the last one was day 1 of the season, like, it's... yeah. God, this is just feeling so alien. See if there's any more of these weird little spots. So I guess that thing up there was a, I don't know, like a hangar or something, transport, maybe a bus station, an interdimensional non-Euclidean bus station. That's a fucking great name for a band. But yeah, so jumping back. Deus Ex Human Revolution does still give you a whole bunch of freeform nonsense. You still get to putz around the world. You still get to kind of explore and do all those like immersive sim-y kind of things. Thought I could create my own. But it leaves you with that last little... What was up here again? Oh yes, this weird space. It leaves you with this feeling that like things could pop off at any time, which is powerful. This is a police station. Oh, these fucking bombs. But they never use it to great effect again. And they have a few moments throughout the game which feel like they are the start of something with... God, this whole thing feels like it's just dormant. I need another battery or something. Anyway, sorry. So I had to go by the cathedral, but we need to clear the trees. So, I guess something to do with this vehicle? I guess we can work something out. And I do feel that, like, using that type of tension in the right way in a narrative game is very, very good. I tell you, one of my favourite solutions to the timed events but no stress problem is a game called Way of the Samurai, which uses a more complex version of Deathloop, where you have different times of day, and depending on where you go at each time of day, that changes who is about and what's available. But the idea being that once you are there, you can spend as much time as you want. You can spend 17 hours on a Tuesday afternoon. But as soon as you go to the next area, that progresses the timeline. So it's almost like a turn-based timer for your day. Okay. So somehow we got to move this fucking tree, right? Aha! There we go. I am so smart. I am so smart. Yeah, friends, if you get the chance to play through this, I highly recommend it. Some of the interpersonal elements in this are almost too much for me today, so I'm being a little bit of a coward. Are those murder bots? Hate that for us. Alright, tell you what, friends, I think I am going to make myself a little sandwich, and then we can keep talking about timers, we can talk about puzzle games as pacing. Like, I'm not saying the game we are playing today is perfect. I definitely felt lost and confused, but it's also trying to make us feel lost and confused. And heading towards...
What's that? Deflecting emotions with humour.
Me? Never! I can't believe you've done this. I'm hurt and offended by such an accusation, Legend. And I'm going to make a sandwich about it. Alright, friends. And again, I apologise for all the interruptions today. But the game is good, the conversation is excellent, and the company is wonderful. So I hope you'll all stick around. I get some calories in my system. Oh, Fearless, that sounds decadent. That sounds decadent. But, alright. Hold that thought. I'll be back in just a second. Oh, actually, before I do that, do you want ambient spoops, or I can put the Everhood soundtrack back on? I don't know. I don't know how you all feel about that. Do you want ambient soundscape, or do you want some tunes? Because I don't know if it's the same for me. Alright, Legend. Then,
Will, forgetting to eat until chat badgers him to do so? What a twist.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realise we were going to be picking on Will. Alright. You want gnomes? Because this is how you get gnomes. Alright. I'll be back in just a second, friends. Hello, hello. I actually wonder if we should just leave some tunes going and... Because I don't think I can do puzzles and eat and chat at the same time. That might be beyond my capacity. So I tell you what, I'll put a small cheeky BRB needs tee up. That way people who are here for the finger guns action won't feel cheated. And once again, if you hear the wee baby Amos in the background, do nae worry. Fiona is just taking River out for a trundle. I'm just trying to think of more examples of like when timers really add to games. It's really weird that as a kid I hated the timers in OG Prince of Persia, but as an adult I've come to love it. And if you're unfamiliar, OG Prince of Persia is a very simple pitch. The evil Tsar has stolen the princess from the Sultan, and you as the hero prince must save her. But the sands of time are waning something magic. So basically you got to save the princess within, I forget how long it was, it's like an hour. But you can keep playing past that hour, but when you get there you don't get like the happy end. And I wonder if it's just because I've come to recontextualize a lot of that. So like, when I first played it, I felt like I was always under this hour time limit of pressure. Now as I've kind of grown up, I guess I look at it more like a time loop thing, right? Right. OG Prince of Persia, it's always the same level layout, always the same items. You know, your goal is run, get the sword, fight the guy, grab other items, etc., so on and so forth, and try and make it to the top. There's no RNG. There's no dice roll, there's no randomness. It's just learn, repeat. It's like learn, rinse, repeat. And honestly, well, this is one of the things where video games are so fascinating, because how you change how the same information is presented can drastically change the feel of a game. Like, friends, was it better or worse in this earlier section in On Your Hands that we didn't have a physical timer? Because the thing is, 20 minutes in video games is a fucking long time. I mean, hell, I remember all those runs of the club, that 18-minute waiting period between attempts. And we still have to take on the E-Cheese Zone. Fucking hour between attempts. Like timers as a narrative punishment don't weirdly feel as bad as ones that are gameplay constriction. I don't know if I'm phrasing this correctly. Well, so Ark of the Conclave, it's not unfair to say that Prince of Persia, the OG one, taught you to speedrun. It was more that try, rinse, repeat, that you're racing against not just an evil villain, but time. Definitely laid the seeds for the later, like, Sands of Time and things like that. And time is such a fun narrative thing to play with. And mechanically, if you've got the technical stuff. So Jamami was saying in the original Ratchet & Clank, there was a level with a 20-minute timer for a section that could be run in 2 minutes. Interesting. Now, how much of that was an overhang from the old arcade into home console stuff? I do wonder. Because a lot of the things that mascot platformers and post-mascot platformers would have is timers. And that was an overhang from antiquated tech. And again, friends, thank you for bearing with me while I stuffed my face. I did not realise how hungry I was. What was I going to say? Oh! I got lent This Is How You Lose the Time War. So my brain's definitely been in that kind of mindset. Legend, you know what? Metroid is a good example. Like, complete the whole game within X amount of time to see extra content, I think is very cool. Like, it's not a failure state if you don't clear it quickly. But then there is the destruct sequence, which that's more of a narrative move. And to my understanding, if you fail the destruct sequence, you just reload the save, right? And that's got more modern iterations of that is like the fucking Warthog ending from Halo's 1 and 3. That is an excellent point, Legend. You were gone for so long. Anyway, the reason why I always find like timers and timing in video games to be such a fascinating conversation is that there isn't like a one suits all solution. And anytime you use, we'll just call them hidden timers, like where the user is only. I see, and then even in hidden timers, there's so many. So like with Metroid, you'd only know you needed to finish it faster if you've either been told by another person or if you've already played through it. And then with which whatchamacallit, things like Deus Ex, the timer is implied, but implied in a vague way, almost meta-narratively, and then you are informed that that your actions have consequences. Like, they're so different, at least in how the user experiences them. A legend, I am drawing a blank, but that is probably, again, due to sleep deprivation and nonsense, so you'll have to explain me the Valkyrie profile Countdown to Ragnarok. Oh no! Well, Biggs, I'm sorry your game went kaput. We're talking about timers in video games, and we're continuing with On Your Hands. This kind of portal dual-wielding fest. Tunes? Pause it over at Dubtown. Somehow avoid the murder bot.
You are torn to shreds by a security bot.
Oh, fucking security bot. Oh. I do not like that. I do not like that, Sam I am. So Legend said the first Valkyrie profile had the X time until it went into endgame. And you could use that, you just go to a town, dungeon. Oh! Yeah. So Legend, I think that's similar to what we're talking about with things like Way of the Samurai and games like that, like where the timer is essentially like more like a board game design concept. You know, the ticker ticks down based on stuff and things, right? Okay, so this little thing's doing set patterns. And I can't crouch.
You are torn to shreds by security.
Jamomi says, timers and loop games also feel different to me. They make the world feel more clockwork than anything. But if the loop is too long or the game doesn't have a way to jump different places, it can feel like a massive pain in the arse. Yes. The point in Deathloop before you gain the ability to like wait for blocks of time gets very tedious. And I always... God, there was this one time travel title we played ages ago. Not Elsinore, but God, it was like a Bayonetta-style action game. Had a bunch of anthropomorphic animals as characters in it. But that one I always found was fascinating because it did a really good job of getting to the good stuff very quickly. I hate that I keep forgetting the name of it. So... Just found a cheeky angle there. Yeah, Favor 6, I'm fully aware of saying that, like, anthropomorphic animals and time travel gives us very little information to work with. Haha! Ah, I'm out of ammo! Ha! Damn it. I cheat the system, and then I run out of munitions. I'll have to go through Steam games in just a second once I crack this. But that one was fascinating because the idea was like that you essentially control different elements throughout the loop by adjusting different characters. Like, pieces on a chessboard. Look, Favor 6, that is the nicest thing anybody has said to me all day. Alright? To pixel hunt it just from here. There it is. Okay. Sorry, shake my hand out while we're playing pixel hunt. Is this easier than completing the intended puzzle? Fucking probably. Don't give me teleportation powers if you're not gonna let me teleport. Just gotta find the area that increases the amount of time our little floating guy is available for. Okay. No, I saw the Strudy reference. I didn't have the power to deliver the line as good as the legend that is Raul Julia. Even the guinea pigs are heckling me on that one. Do I not have a crouch? Have I broken this? Did I go through all that for nothing? I really don't want to go down there and get the you have been torn to shreds by Ringo fucking Starr or something. know I'm safe in here, mostly. You are kidding me. You are hecking me sideways. You are yanking my chain. You are cronking my nonk. We had 50% of it the entire time. So that's 2. Now what do we do for the bloody third one? It's a kaleidoscope, innit? Oh! Alright, I get it now. These little rocks can be moved and formed and what have you. Well, we've just got to be ready on the button when he goes back in there. You better not be cronking me, nonk. I need that nonk. You're yanking my chain. You are pulling my nose. I wonder if I'll be the last person to quote Duralius and Associates. I think about that a lot. Shit! Shit, I don't want him to know it's my birthday! Sorry, we were having a conversation ages back about, like, you know, the history of Game Awards and stuff like that. And I don't know why I got onto the subject of, but I was looking up, like, early, and I mean extremely early, escapist type stuff. And, oh boy, what a fucking time capsule that was. Ah, an alien church. There's no way this ends badly. The Church of the Devoured Human. Oh, good. Oh, good. The big Pokemon are here. Church of the Rainbringer. The rain is human blood. You know what? I ran my mouth. Big worm showed up. Ah, colourful worm. Sup? I loved you at the end of Rain World. Among Us? Sorry. Oh, I hate that. Do we have to... Oh, it's extremely uncomfortably... Blah. My hands are out of ammo. Sorry, friends. I apologise for...
Have you ever heard of the Rick Astley paradox?
I have.
If you were to ask him for his copy of the movie Up, he can't, because he's never gonna give you up, but at the same time he therefore letting you down. And thus he is stuck in a paradox.
Indeed. It's it basically puts Rick Astley in an infinite loop, which, if we weren't cowards, could be used to power all sorts of things. But Once again, fear holds us back. Thank you for returning books on time. Oh, okay. They're gross pressure plates. Hate this. I hate this for us. You know what? I think I prefer it actually when the...
More giant worm statues. Maybe aliens worship them or something. I mean, this place is a cathedral. Religion, huh? Prod, hey, if you don't make it out of here, I appreciate everything you've done, you know? You taking me in after what happened with my dad. I still can't really wrap my head around it. Imagine having a kid, right, and finding out they're a cold-blooded murderer. You know, the kind of psychopath that you're disgusted by in movies and on TV.
Oh, God!
You can't help but be shocked and appalled that their brain allows them to be that kind of monster.
What the fuck?
Kind of thing where, if you found out your kid even thought about doing something like that, you'd be devastated. You'd wonder where you went wrong as a parent. No matter how good of a
What
kid they've
the
been up to that
fuck?
point, nothing could make you forgive them. And, you know, that makes sense. They're a murderer. They robbed someone of sentient life. They did something unforgivable. Now, imagine thinking all of that stuff of your daughter just because she fell in love with a girl. That's my dad. I'm glad you were there for me, Prot. I'm glad you're here for me now.
Shit on a shingle! I'm trying to drink less this week, but fucking hell! He's a bad dad. Yeah, he's a bad dad. Well, that's fucking dark. Yeah. Fucking hell. From hell energy to the energy of hell. Gods. Sorry about that, friends. Just a multi-track drifty potato there. Okay, let's keep going. Ignore her. You know what? We're gonna go back to what we were talking about before. Oh, oh God. Is that piss? I think this is piss. I think we're dealing with a PP scenario. Ooh. Wait, so where's Indigo Magic do? No, I think Square Peg, it's... Okay, where's Indigo Magic?
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Pick up and move objects, cool.
The 6-month countdown begins! ! It
does, it does. And Haze Shift, like... makes you wonder who's going to... who's going to get the first 69? Nice. But yeah, 6 months from now, that's when the real battle begins. Whew. Oh, okay, sorry. And again, I apologise that I'm jumping between stuff. Hey, Jamami, I'm sorry to leave it on that mark. But here's what I will say. How do I release? Q, drop held object. Alright. God, I'm so sorry. I just was so in the puzzle solving mood. Okay, so the reason I bring up the escapist stuff is just as a great reminder of how many feckin' legends started out just doing fun, weird shit. And the team behind, I guess they're now most famous for like Battlefield Friends and Neebs Gaming and what have you, but they originally started out doing Apocalypse Lane, a not Fallout but Fallout based cartoon about a bunch of people living in a post-apocalyptic cul-de-sac. And it was feckin' brilliant. It was genuinely feckin' brilliant. Ooh, for your generous donations. One with the Ringbringer. Or the Rainbringer. That's just me. I wonder. And Apocalypse Lane was so weirdly hilarious. And then the follow-up was Duralius and Associates. One of the, I guess, pre-crit roll flavors of nonsense that we were getting from the worlds of nerdery. Which, at least in my humble opinion, was extremely good. Oh, wait, do we need to bring the objects with us? Alright, sorry, I'm back on it. I don't know, I just, of all the things to take from that early kind of escapist nonsense, I think, I don't know. In fact, I think I lost my back through. Okay, now I found it again. Had to go into the back pocket of my mind. But I appreciate this game and what it's doing. It is saying some very, very personal and heavy stuff, and I really fucking appreciate it. I might not have the mental wherewithal to properly appreciate it right now, but that doesn't mean I don't think it's excellent, right? And I think... Oh, God! Ah! Fucking spiders. Oh, I hate that for us. I think coming out of last year, it can be very easy to point to and look at the huge, big, bombastic successes. This all kind of comes back to... one of my industry friendos does that thing on Facebook where they ask open-ended questions like a forum thread to try and like drive engagement. And it always drives me up the wall because the questions are always just tailored to I don't want to say bait argument, but to draw in conversation. And it was, how do you feel about the fact that Larian Studios is technically indie? And they're not wrong. and I think it's a fascinating conversation, but like, to call Larian Studios indie is a truth, but it does not take into regards how long they have been an independently operating setup. And that if you look at their early stuff, boy was it janky. Boy was it janky. Hell, we need to play the Dragon Knight Saga at some point. But I think coming out of this year of huge bombastic successes, it's more important than ever to look at, you know, the early, the rough and ready, the personal. You know, it's important for us to look at things like Apocalypse Lane in its glorious janky weirdness and not become wholeheartedly... Oh, the Cybernexus department. Hello. Details. What the hell is blue magic? Alright, we find out what that is, but I'm just trying to make a point here! Freeze and unfreeze active ice traps. Seems very specific. I have fucked up. Ah, okay. Oh, look at that little squiddly thing down there. Just living its little best life. Okay, I promise I'm bringing this back around to the point, I promise. No, I think this year more than any, it's important to focus on making things. Like, output be damned, make genuine things, make weird things, make interesting shit, but like, make. I don't know. I guess I don't really have as much of a solid point and a solid grasp on that one as I thought. I just... Our group, more than a lot, is very, very acutely aware of, like, what it takes to make video games. What it is to make video games, right? But... more so than a lot of people, we understand just how many people lost their jobs last year in the video game space. However, I have this horrible feeling that in maybe like a month or two, like, there's going to be some serious survivor bias doing the rounds. Like, oh man, 2023 was a great year for video games with no downsides. I saw... Actually, you know what? I am going to shit talk a little bit. I saw Polygon put out like a cute little video being like, hey, did you know that every year Wizards of the Coast make custom magic cards for their employees? Do you want to see what they made this year? And I immediately responded with, is it a pink slip? Do they make out special Magic the Gathering themed P45s? Like, already we're seeing people being like, wow, what a fucking great year. Yes, last year was. I'm like, but that also means that once people stop taking into consideration how much fucking work went into last year, it unfortunately means that people will start again focusing only on I think I've got an idea. But I don't know how to activate it. There we go. Powerful. Alright, I got it. And Legend, people do get blinders very, very quickly, and considering how great some of the releases last year were, I don't know. I feel like... Because it's not fun to talk about shitey things in the games industry. We'd all much rather be talking about the fun shit. You know? How great Baldur's Gate was, and all the fun and cool fucking stuff we did with that. Like, that's way more entertaining. It's not... No one enjoys talking about, like, fucking, you know, industry layoffs and shit like that. What am I looking at? What is with the fucking piss spheres? We have a PP containment going on here. Okay, so it seems like these are some of the...
Well, that's lucky. We can just grab a couple of those and get the hatch open, can't we? You've just got to get through the mines. Let me start looking into those, see if there's anything I can give you a heads up on.
There we go. Got that aggressive pixel hunt energy going on right now. Interesting. Oh man, this is getting complex already. Vern, let's find out. Because you know what? It's definitely got its puzzle claws into me, so let's switch gears to a little bit of banter. So the developer is Skull Crusher. Okay, searching for just Skull Crusher showed me a lot of things I wish I hadn't just seen. But let's see if they've made anything else. And unfortunately, this team, the team name is Skull Crusher, and it was published by Skeleton Studios. Came out April of this year, and I guess Skeleton Studios is just Skull Crusher's overarching nonsense. Oh, gods. Sorry, a lot of people have been commenting about how Google's been getting worse and worse for finding stuff, and oh boy, they are not wrong. Alright, let's check their press kit. Okay, trailers, screenshots, logos, about the team. It's a small team of friends based in the US and UK. Of course, their devlog is empty. That all they say is that yeah, it's a small group of friends, and that is it. People make it very difficult. No, I have gleaned no additional useful information. Sorry. So, it's a handful of folks, that's all I can tell you. It is a teeny tiny game. But I can't get anything more than that. Only they're a collective of talented devs. I wonder if the main menu has like a credits. There we go. This is your squad. So it's hard to tell from looking at this just how much was involved, but this is definitely one of those like. Okay. So some of these lovely folks do have their socials linked. Oh god, they're babies. Sorry, some of them are like barely 20. Oh my word. So I tell you what, friends, I'm not going to bring our stream to a close, but I think I'm going to stop playing on your hands. Not because it is bad, but because it is really fucking good. And I am going to just become monosyllabic if we continue. Like, I genuinely recommend this. And considering the depth of this, like the personal narrative and stuff like that, I'm sorry I haven't got it in the tank tonight to really delve into that, because by the 9, it felt so personal. But fucking hell. What an absolute banger. Again, friends, if you'd like to pick this up for yourself, this is the Steam page here. We can decide what we're going to do as a squad for the rest of our little stream. Oh, excuse me. Oh. I guess I'm still getting myself up to speed. But what an absolute banger. Because the thing that kept striking me is that we're supposed to have like teleported to this place, but some of the logs we found were from our past. So on an alien world where all the aliens are fucking missing, we're finding stuff from our past as well. Legend, Show Me a Gundam is on hold at the moment because I can only show you Gundams in boxes. Stop me if I've already told you this, but our current philosophy with setting up the flat is that we're setting up the living room and the kitchen and the bedroom and everything else, and then we're doing the long ship, because unlike last time when we did our last move, like, this place, like, the long ship works. I can talk to you lot, you can see me. It's a little bright, like I might need to adjust some of the lighting, but yeah, at the moment, to show you, hang on, let's get some tunes going. To show you a Gundam would involve a large amount of digging through boxes. I know, sorry, what a feckin' great game. I'm just, Boof. No, Legend, I mean, it's more logistically. Favor 6, what we were talking about earlier with Cyberpunk 2 being in development, do not get your hopes up. What I meant with our earlier conversation is that every games company has a plan to sequelize their games in varying levels of pre- and post-production. That doesn't mean it'll ever be a game in your hands to play. The one thing I will say is that CD Projekt Red made a statement earlier, either today or yesterday, about how they absolutely positively do not want to be owned. Their goal is to stay, well, independent. You know, they have GOG, they have hugely successful titles and licensing deals. Like, CD Projekt Red are not small. They are a multi-million-dollar operation. But they are currently independent, so they can work with whoever they want, which I completely understand. Because, like Favor 6, I'll agree with you, Phantom Liberty is an absolute banger. I've been thoroughly enjoying it, and it has gone places. The thing that I find very surprising is that they don't consider doing anything else with it. It feels like for the amount of time and effort that's been put to kind of turn the ship around on that they're not going to be telling any more stories in that space. Like, honestly, with the amount of work they've put in, I'd do another DLC on top. Different character, different space, go for it. But that's just me. You know, after, what was it? Edge Runners did so well. Like, they managed to not only turn that ship around, but claw out a huge chunk of, like, the conscious space around, like, cyberpunk as a genre. But that's not the Color Monkeys. You do not need me talking about cyberpunk anymore. So I guess here's the question. What shall we do with the rest of our afternoon/evening? Now, I did say that a long ship after dark of Half-Life Alyx would be valid, which would involve like finishing up the no VR mode. That involves going through Jeff and then towards the ending. And if you haven't met Jeff, then oh boy, we could do that. We could do something. Well, okay, I have two flavors of weird, depending on how feckin' cute you want to be and how fucking weird you want to be. Yeah, no, legend. Jeff is fucking terrifying. And might be one of the scariest fucking things I've done in video games, aside from Subnautica. Hang on, we'll shift this to... I don't know how Jeff's going to translate to playing it in first person, but that is something. The weird indie stuff that I have for you is one, Sock Pop's Fishy. Actually, I don't know if I'm feeling that one, but so do you remember the day before? Or was it the day after, or the day whence? The absolute disastrous zombie shooter that tried to pitch itself in the big way. You know what, Legend? That's entirely fair. I'm not sure I remember much about today either. Okay. Sorry, I thought we had some more games industry chaos, but we are okay. But Legend, that does answer my question. Maybe we should just do some just traditional long ship after dark. Or am I fading? Have I hit the wall? Is that why this is coming to an end? God. No, a Legend, and I am extremely grateful for it. You know, I'm grateful for you all, friends. And we did have some good banter today. Alright, you know what? Friends, I am going to admit defeat and listen to my body. I'm going to bring our adventures to a close, and I do have to say some thank yous. Whilst today has been extremely challenging, you know what? It's been fucking great. We played a proper weird indie game. I hope you will consider either picking up a copy for yourself or gifting it to some friends or what have you. Like, this team is tiny and they deserve way more attention. Currently the game is 50% off for the next like 10 hours or so. So if you do want to play that for yourself, sooner rather than later is ideal. And honestly, I don't think I would have been able to stream it well anyway, because there was just too much good, tasty puzzle nonsense. Once we got into the multiple spells, but you only have two hands, my brain was like, oh, I like this. So like, I don't think I explained it well, but the light blue spell is a freeze. But the idea is you lay a freeze trap, and any object in motion is frozen until you unleash it, allowing you to essentially like tee up these like really good timed puzzles. And I'm just like, fuck, that's gonna be good. And there's still at least 2 or 3 more colours that we didn't get. So, like, it definitely tops Mag Runner in terms of like puzzle, but it does remind me that Mag Runner exists, and that if it wasn't so janky, I would absolutely play through it again, you all. Reminders before I go. Doom Infinite is amazing and is absolutely worth your time, and so is the Daggerfall Unity remake. So get that, you gob. Well, Zeke, I don't have to rush away. It's been a day. It's been a lot of a day. I got some cool indie shit to show you, but I don't think I've got it in the tank to start another game or to get into to Half-Life Alyx. I mean, I reserve the right to go full long ship after dark later. Our numbers. I've been doing consistently terrible across the board for weeks, but I persist. Fuck it, we ball has gotten me through many days. It's not great, but Verdant says, want to show us some good games on Steam? In what regard? Do you need some recommendations, or do you just want to see some of my the Will Overguard private collection? Because again, let me link this again. I didn't stop playing On Your Hands because it was bad. I stopped playing this because I realised about half an hour ago that I was not going to be able to continue to talk to you lot and play this at the same time. Because it is very good. Like, juggling the different spells, the fact that you only get 1 spell per hand, so you can only have 2 spells at a time. And so it's not just how each one works, but how they play with each other. How does a teleportation spell play with an ice trap? So you lay up where you're going to teleport to, but then you freeze it and then you move around. Like, that sounds fucking great. But I can't do that and chat to you all at the same time. Verdenflow says the second one. Alright, well then, aside from Doom Infinite, the Will Secret Library. Right. Now, a few of these are ones I know I want, but haven't acquired yet. So let me give you a few. Alright. Alright. How do you like your shit, cute as? Because, again, I don't know how I missed this, as it dropped in 2022, but check out this Mother Hubbard. Actually, why don't I just show you on screen? Sorry. Check out this cute Mother Hubbard. It is a cozy core CCG where you build villages and trade and... Like, look at this! Build a charming city before the winter noon. Send busy workers to harvest resources. Try and get enough stuff to help your village grow and survive. To survive the harsh winters. Host grand event. Look at this! Look at how fucking cute this is. And it's a single player... Well, I mean, I should say deck building rather than CCG, but... Yeah. You want something from the Will's personal reserve? Check that shit out. Let's do it. Just pick up a squirrel. Our first cut's not out for a while, but I'm keeping an eye on that. First cut is going to be a one and done fighting game, trying to emulate the stress and power of a Sengoku Jedi era duel. And oh, I finished watching Blue Eye Samurai, which was exactly as good as you all said it was going to be. No, it's not Ghostwire, it's the one after that. Oh, Exit 8 was the game we talked about earlier on today, but Exit 8 got the Markiplier effect and is doing just fine. Which one was a Gorp analog? I know I put this as... Oh, yeah. Why do I want this game? Look at it. Look at this cornucopia of colourful chaos and tell me you don't want this. Oh, legend! Mark Amplified! I like that. The Mark Amplifier. Like, it's like the tiniest city building RTS-y thing. Gather your Gorps, build your cities. Do it again. But plan better. Again, I don't think I need to explain this game to you all. Look at how fucking glorious this is. So Verdant, is there anything you're looking for in particular that I can put into your sphere? I'm in two minds about the Undying. I just came off a real big dismantle kicker. Sort of, Undying is going to be good. It's a craft and survive, top-down craft and survive game where you play a parent who has been bitten in the zombocalypse, and you're trying to teach your kid to be able to survive without you. Land above sea, land above, sea below. If you needed more Dwarf Romantic in your life. Welcome to the Elk. Feelings! Tell you what, let me hide, exclude pre-release. That way I'm not boring you too much with stuff that's... Oh, that which gave chase I'm very looking forward to. Sybil Engineering is going to destroy me at some point. It is a game where you tweak roads and physics to attempt to get an ever-careening stream of cars where they need to be. I mean, look at this. It's just glorious whimsy. Well, Verdantfly, that I can help you with. And in a time when discoverability is the greatest challenge of a video game, that allows me to, I don't know, flex a little bit. I enjoy it. Numbers, the giraffe game. And I think you'll understand why this is on my list. That one was it just called Giraffe Game? Giraffe Town. That was the one with the time clown. That was for Chaos Day. Now, this one's done alright. It's got about like 230 good reviews. And it's currently $2.50. Just in case any of you need it. Alright, anyway. Back to Will's Special Reserve. Which one's Devil Spire? Oh, Devil Spire's the other Kingsfield inspired game, but that one's more evocative of classic Ultima and stuff. And Cobalt Core, I'm afraid of, because it will fucking destroy me. Did Dirge come out? Oh, it's because it's sitting in early access, that's why I haven't picked it up. I keep like an earmark on any of the interesting looking horror games, but like, Don't Scream is fascinating, but currently it's having some technical problems in early access, so I don't know when we'll do that one. But the TLDR for Don't Scream is live microphone and the creature can hear you. Still haven't gotten Highland Song. You don't need me to tell you Highland Song is gorgeous, right? Like, we're in that one together. I think it was... I forget who it was in the long ship that played through all of Kona, but there is a sequel. It's been very well received. Empty Shell, because it reminded me of a game called Knocked. I don't know if Empty Shell is any good. It's got very good reviews. But basically the whole thing's played from this, like, drone eye-in-the-sky perspective. Which, I don't know, maybe it's just the nostalgic nerd in me always has, like, a soft spot for. But Knocked did such a great job of building horror by using this, like, lo-fi aesthetic. The difference with Knocked is that each playthrough was a different character on the same island. You know, it's got that kind of horror vibe to it a little, but it's mostly action-based. And it comes definitely... It doesn't come as close to, oh god, Darkwood as I would like. But sometimes you settle for what you can get. Just seeing what else is here that's, like, really interesting. Because, alright, so, like, things like Space Wreck the game, I'm still waiting to see how that is, but Space Wreck is basically a pseudo-Fallout sequel, not the newer ones. Nyesion is just some gloriously weird... You know, again, I keep saying this as if you all can't see it. Like, this is some proper post-Gmod jank. It's a title about isolationism in large cities and the weird, impossible terrain. And again, I think, at least aesthetically, it's so strange that it's banned for something that I think is worth exploring. It uses like the uncanny awkwardness not as the only thing available to it, but to set this fucking surreal weirdness to it. You know, like the realistic faces over chonky, like classic Gmod characters. I don't know. Even if it's not good, it will be very memorable. You know what I mean? Oh, and okay, to offset it from the weirdness, check this out. Shroomatect, as in architect but mushroom. You got a bunch of little Kirby's and they live in a mushroom. Grow them a mushroom so they're happy. That's it. That's the fucking game. Like, look at this. Like, I don't even know how you go about building the mushrooms, and honestly, I don't need it explained. I get as much as I need to. No love for the mushroom architect? Tough crowd. Verdant, I think it's more like, in terms of control scheme, it's probably closer to like Dungeon Keeper and stuff like that, but with this like 3D voxel effect where your little Kirby's help you build and grow the mushroom and then carve it out and turn it into a home. And it also has a photo mode that's cute as fuck. I mean, look at this. Look at these little guys. Alright, I'll show you a couple more. You all know Throne. I forget why I was keeping tabs on Gross. Fortune's Run, I'm waiting for that to hit full versions. So how Fish is made is... You know what? Like... It's a free game. It's fucking weird. Alright, Legend, have a lovely rest of your evening, friend. Control scheme, you flop around like a fish out of water because you're a fish out of water. And you're on this... this flopping quest through increasingly nasty and surreal environments. Children, so I've not run credits. I was going to in a second, but thank you for the reminder because I did forget the other day. So, that is how fish are made. Oh, beans, I forgot to tab it. Bunny Graveyard, I am afraid of. Oh no, and Chonrus, thank you for the reminder, friend. I said I did miss it before. I keep meaning to do this one. It's one of DreadX's fun little weird projects. I Don't Exist, a modern text adventure, and it looks fascinating. And Void Crew is, well, I would still compare it to Sea of Thieves in terms of like the camaraderie and co-op, but it's probably closer to like mimetic fun time sci-fi in the same vein as Pulsar. The Baby in Yellow we will cover once it's hit like out of early access, because that's something that dances between surreal horror and surreal comedy very well. But with a few of these, I want to wait until they're done. And with however many games we have... Rococo has launched in early access. This one's an interesting one just to keep... Well, I was about to say keep an eye on. Jesus Christ. This is a game designed to be played entirely with audio and nothing more. Wishlist it. Keep an eye on it. Currently, it only has 2 user reviews. And this is definitely a game I'd love to see do very, very well. You know, it's created by people that worked on audio games and rhythm games. Under the Waves. A game where I'll probably have an undersea freakout. Oh, goody. No, I think we're getting into the ones you'll know about. Hey, you know what, Verdant Flow? If you're making a move, I think that's a great place to bring our adventures to a close. But yeah, there you go. Got some indie games for you to take away. A nice little doggy bag. Again, friends, I apologise for being a shorter stream today, but I don't have it in the tank to do another game, and I don't want to do like On Your Hands to be a. I don't want to do it a disservice. So yeah. Right. Despite it being a very challenging day, you have all been incredibly patient and incredibly fucking generous. So I need to say thank you to the following people. But again, friends, to those of you that threw in yesterday during our little coffee stream, well, that was really fucking kind of you. And if I haven't said thank you, like literally keeping us going. Fucking legends. So, to those that resubbed, or the recipients of Housecar, I'll still watching Matt Berry stuff. So to Shitaru, Angel Kalina, Thrame, Cheese, Double Gloucestershire, Stinking Bishop, Cardiff versus Bournemouth, Stuff Creates, Verdant Flow, Lance Icarus, Skynix, Dystoria. Don't worry about it. Vanderbeest and Hay Shift. Whether it was 63 months or a first-time gift from Unhinged Jackie, thank you. The big winners being Wolfcrad, Ehrman, Favor 6, Furic, Phoenix, Crux, Jackie Fox, Butch, Legend and Morad, Fearless, Jamami, Bacon, Avenger, Shitaru, J-Post, Gilmar, Greyjoy, and Trame. Like, you lot, thank you. Bits and subs is just what keeps us fucking going, so thank you. Alright. We didn't see the mod squad today, but thank to them all the same. So to Caffeine, Lizzie, and Moose, it is always lovely to hang out with you. Thank you for all that you do. Alright. So friends, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Whatever you get up to, have a lovely rest of your evening. We'll see you tomorrow, alright? Good night, friends.